Welcome, everybody. I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. The time is 6:01. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming out. We will start with item 1, which is A and B. A is our invocation, which will be led by Miss Trustee Melissa Dungan, and our pledge will be led by Miss Stacy Chase.
Won't you join me for a word of prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and your presence here. Thank you for Conroe ISD and all those that support our students as they learn and grow. Continue to bless us as we work to make this district the best it can be. I know the slogan for the district is all means all, but we know you are all we need. Give us strength, courage, knowledge, and wisdom as we work together to make decisions that best serve this district. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dungan and Ms. Chase. All right, Dr. Null, we have some fun stuff to do today. Item 2, which is our special recognition, our 2024 NAM Foundation Best Communities for Music Education Award, Conroe Independent School District.
Yes, sir. So we've been on a great run, celebrations to open board meetings, and we've seen so many students and all of the great accolades that have come their way. And tonight is really an accolade for the entire district, but we're taking the opportunity to have with us tonight and recognize some of our great teachers. When I do media, and I had an interview today, the easiest question anyone can ask me is, tell me what makes Conroe ISD so great. It's always the exact same answer. We have the best teachers anywhere. And so, absolutely. So here tonight to talk about this NAM award and then to recognize this great group of teachers is Dr. Bob Horton, our Director of Fine Arts.
Well, good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. I am excited to share with you that Conroe ISD has received a 2024 designation as a Best Community for Music Education. Let me begin by thanking you, our CISD Board of Trustees, for your support of fine arts that allow opportunities like this to be possible. The Best Communities in Music Education Award is a nationwide recognition program that is selected by the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. The NAM Foundation is a nonprofit organization committed to advancing music education through active participation. In this 25th survey, it is a search for communities who provide access to music education as an essential part of a complete education, and communities who exemplify commitment and support for music education. So this survey measured a variety of factors, including budgetary commitment to music, opportunities for students to learn, presence of highly qualified, certified music teachers, adherence to state and national standards, types of musical experiences offered, and opportunities for performance and competition. A community had to show that they are committed through all of these standards to access and high standards for music education in all areas to be named a best community. So to earn this designation, we submitted a very brief 38-page survey with information about our school district, community, and instructional practices. Of the 15,000 potential applicants across the United States to earn this designation, and as one of the over 1,100 school districts in Texas, I'm excited to tell you we are one of the 112 to earn this distinction, placing us in the top 10% of all ISDs in Texas. And we are one of the very few that's earned this over 10 years in a row. So very, very excited about that. So 2 thoughts from the NAM Foundation about this national award perfectly describe Conroe ISD. The first one is that the Best Communities for Music Education designation is awarded to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all students. And districts that have been recognized by the NAM Foundation are often held up as models for other educators looking to boost their own music education programs. I think that completely exemplifies Conroe ISD. This is the 12th year that Conroe ISD has been named a best community for music education. And as Dr. Knoll mentioned, at this time, we have a lot of our music educators here who have come to share in this recognition and who I would like to ask to join me at the front of the room.
Absolutely. Go on, keep on going.
Wow, outstanding, ladies and gents. We really appreciate the value that you guys bring to not only our kids, our schools, but our community at large. Fine arts, music, always one of the things that makes us who we are, makes our kids well-rounded, and just fantastic, make us a fantastic community as well as a school district. And none of this would be possible without the hard work, dedication, as well as much love you guys put into what your passion is, and that's music education and our kids. It's the only way we could be successful in that realm, and we really appreciate all that you guys do. So I speak on behalf of the board, CISD kids, CISD community, when I say thank you so much for your passion, your love for our kids, and your love for music. So thank you for giving us a voice, too. And with that being said,
All right, I'm gonna take an opportunity here. Dr. Horton, if you come forward. You all may know that Dr. Horton is one of the most gifted choral directors in the entire state of Texas and the nation. And I think it would be appropriate, since today is Trustee Stacy Chase's birthday, and her lovely children are here with us to celebrate with their music teacher today, that perhaps you should lead us in the singing of Happy Birthday from Mrs. Chase.
Yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Stacy. Happy birthday to you.
We're going to need to get really close. Okay, I need two people in this. Yes, Miss Rooms, you need to come in. You guys can just squeeze in over there. Okay, ready? Yay!
this way. We're going to walk by and snake around.
All right, fantastic. Okay, moving on to item 3, which is our citizen participation. I know we have quite a few people have signed up for the evening, which is great. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of this issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask that speakers address their comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its posted policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until they have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Because we have so many, we've had to cut the time down to 2 minutes, so each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, will you call our first person?
Danielle Carmichael.
I knew I was going to be first.
There you go.
Thank you, members of the board, for your time this evening. I appreciate all of you and what you do. I am here today to bring awareness to how the 9th grade campus of the Woodlands High School failed to handle a situation that continues on today. First of all, I have always held the Woodlands High School to a high esteem. I have 4 kids in the Conroe ISD school system, 2 of which attend the 9th grade campus. Now, back in January, there was an incident that now has escalated to charges. This all started with the words, "I'm going to beat your A and rape you." Imagine being 15 and threatened with rape in school. By the Oxford Dictionary definition of sexual harassment, behavior characterized by making of unwelcome and inappropriate sexual remarks or physical advances in a workplace or other professional or social situation. When my child reported the initial incident, I as a parent was not notified immediately. Do we have underage children in our schools reporting sexual harassment and is not brought to the attention of their parents? I ask how this is possible. To my knowledge, there are clear-cut rules of conduct and engagement when there is a breach of conduct, none of which occurred. In fact, I was told that the sexual threats were hearsay by the administration. There was even a witness. Now, if a female student was told by a male student, "I'm going to whip your A and rape you," I would venture to guess that would not be construed as hearsay. I would also like to understand what our children are supposed to do when they encounter a student who is sexually harassing them, because my son did notify his teacher and nothing happened, and unfortunately took the situation into his own hands. The student to date has no school punishment. In fact, this student has continued to harass my child and brag, taking photos of him in the lunchroom to unquote, unquote, or quote, unquote, beat off to, and continues to watch pornography in the school, in the campus, openly in the cafeteria. What I don't understand is how this is acceptable. I am standing here today for the sake of other children. This is not an isolated situation, but I can only speak to my experience.
Thank you.
Is it time yet?
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy McKinnon.
Thank you for your time today. I am here to support the situation Ms. Carmichael just brought to your attention. I would like to add that she's not alone in her journey for answers. There are parents, including myself, that are concerned that serious incidences are reported to teachers and faculty are not addressed appropriately under the rules and guidelines set forth by the school district. This serves as public record that we, the parents, are aware Woodlands High 9th grade campus failed in this instance to take the necessary measures to ensure the safe and conflict-free environment for learning. And when this failure was brought to light, to this day, we are still waiting for proper response. It is shameful that the only recourse we have is to be here for a public record. We still sit here 3 months later with no formal response from the 9th grade school acknowledging the failures and providing how they plan to mitigate risk moving forward. We should not be putting the reputation of the school in front of the safety and care of our children. Any child being sexually harassed, bullied, or put in an unsafe place due to conduct of another student under the supervision of the school deserves, at the very least, advocacy, at best, accountability, to ensure a process under the rules and regulations in place to keep our children safe. We have done the preparation work to mitigate these issues. If we fail to follow through, we have done the preparation work to mitigate these issues. If we fail on the follow-through, we must admit those failures, mitigate more, and build back trust. Right now, trust is broken, and there is zero tolerance for that when it comes to our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Cooper.
Like many of you, I am a person of faith who believes in safeguarding our children. And I believe that parents have the right and responsibility to be involved in their children's education. I served on the committee that reviewed the book Lillian Duncan that's up for reconsideration tonight. And we unanimously agreed to keep it in junior and senior high schools. We evaluated whether it had harmful content and met educational standards. The book explores themes of friendship, family, and adolescence, addressing sensitive topics such as grief, bullying, and identity. It primarily focuses on mental health and transgender issues, providing insights into the challenges faced by adolescents today. If the board decides to remove Lillian Duncan from all the district libraries, it will have very little impact on any of our students. Transgender students already have so many more resources available to them to help them understand themselves. The repeated challenges of books like Lillian Duncan, however, is what's doing the actual harm to transgender students. Targeting these books has the same impact as targeting these students. According to the CDC, LGBTQ teens are 4 times more likely than their peers to attempt suicide. Regardless of the outcome of the vote tonight, I am here to say To our trans community, when you are brave and honest, you make it easier for the next person. You matter. You are loved. We see your inherent worth and dignity, and we stand with you.
Thank you.
Teresa Neiman.
Good evening. Let's talk about sex. Actually, let's talk about the students in our schools who have already experienced sex as victims. Recent news stories remind us of those who prey on children. We can all agree we want to protect our children from molesters and abusers. Studies show that 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 girls are sexually molested before the age of 18, 1 in 6 boys. 70% of all reported sexual assaults happen to children under the age of 17. Children are most vulnerable between the ages of 9 and 13. Statistically, CISD has between 7,000 and 13,000 victims of sexual crimes sitting in classrooms daily. They have been groomed, shamed, assaulted, abused. 95% of these victims knew their abuser, a family member, a neighbor, or trusted adult. These horrific numbers don't include students who suffer other forms of abuse. Few of these students find help at home or through therapy. How is our community providing for their needs? Where in our schools do they find themselves in books? Where do these children find examples of survival, recovery, thriving? Donna Geppert, author of Lily and Duncan, argues that books where young readers see themselves and feel less alone in the world can save precious lives. Stories that demonstrate how the characters resolve their issues help victims translate these lessons into their own lives. As a district, we need to measure who loses when we remove uncomfortable material from our curriculum and libraries. And can those victims afford to lose any more? Thank you.
Steve Dixon.
Actually just got an answer to my question about 30 seconds ago out in the hallway from Dr. Winkler and Povich, so I'm good. Thanks anyway.
Jessica Figueroa.
Yeah, anyone else? That's allowable. Dr. Winkler will take the rest of y'all outside.
All right. Good evening. It's nice to see you and all your faces. Since it was just National Library Week, we couldn't be more on topic tonight in regard to the concerns related to protecting inappropriate books at the expense of our children. As a concerned parent, I'd like to bring to your attention 3 reasons why I think making the decision to move the book in question, Lily and Duncan, will be the easiest board decision you will make. While many other decisions the board must make, many complexity integrated into them, this one I think we can all agree as parents and as the school educational board that this truly is an easy decision to withdraw the book, Lily and Duncan, from all your junior high campuses in the Conroe ISD district. I'm going to give you 3 reasons. The first reason for my concern is this book condones, celebrates, and uses grooming language to promote and tell a story of a boy who undergoes hormone blockers in order to change his identity from the being a biological boy to eventually play part in helping him be perhaps and feel like a girl, all of which fall into the category of gender dysphoria, which we have lots of diagnoses and records that gender dysphoria passes without any need for that. In the state of Texas, it is illegal to give a child or any minor any medical transitional hormones, blockers, top surgery, bottom surgery, and the like. And yet this book still sits on the shelves of the district junior high libraries. It does have contradictions in plain sight, and you all know it's there. Yes, and it's been there. We get it. You retracted it from the 5th grade level, and it's still in the junior highs. So we are all aware it's there. It's one book out of many that are out there. But this is your legacy. This is what you pass on to the future generations. Second is this. The type of medical intervention is child abuse. The boy does go through the transition. He has a parent that helps him. And it's just plain and clear that this is still condoning child abuse by adults. Thirdly, there's a quote in the book that does read, "Don't tell your parents." And if that doesn't make you feel uneasy, then something is wrong. This kind of writing teaches children that it's okay to keep secrets. The worst secrets from their parents. It's so inappropriate. It's conditioning, grooming, and it's not safe.
Thank you.
I know I'm done, and I appreciate your time and effort, but I want you to think about this.
Thank you.
Who are the watchmen for the children?
I'm sorry.
You have
Time
policemen
is
that
up.
watch
Thank you
and
very
guard
much.
for those things, right?
all
We need to watch
Thank
for the
you.
mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Next person.
I want you to notice all the people in red are here in support. That's your.
William Tyler.
I'd like to thank the CISD board for all your hard work and time you put into our school system. It's really appreciated. I acknowledge the need of education. I'm a longtime resident of Conroe. We put 3 sons through Conroe, and my 3 sons are the first Tylers that I know of that have graduated from college. So I deeply appreciate the instruction that we receive in our schools. I didn't have that. I grew up on a working ranch. I learned animal husbandry by practical living. And on a ranch, you learn the principles of life. In that principle of life, you learn that God created animals, male and female. From the very point of conception, they've learned this. And so there's no question about what those animals are or what they want to be. They are functioning as God so created them. The thing is that all my life living on a ranch, I never saw a rooster wanting to mate with another rooster. I never saw a rooster want to change his sex to a hen. The thing is, the only thing where there's confusion is in the human beings. God created us as a human being, as male and female, and our design is to work and function in that aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you to do the right thing. You are watchmen on the wall for our children. You are the purveyors of truth, and you are to watch over our children. I would encourage you that in every book, in every school that is promoting pornography, deception, anything on this order from difference from what God has done, remove it from the schools. Be the men and women God's called you to be and fulfill your position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Therese Richards. Therese.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm Therese Richards, and I vote to remove this book and all books of children having their body parts removed or undergoing awful, dangerous treatments and surgeries. Our Attorney General appropriately calls these procedures child abuse. He filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration, which 3 years ago forced schools to adopt transgender ideology or risk losing federal funds. No wonder. They tried to impeach him. Elections do have consequences, folks. So with China focusing kids on science, technology, math, AI, we waste tax dollars on books like Lily and Duncan. Let's see. It's something about a boy thinking of his sex organ and how he wished his mom would cut it off with nail clippers. Really? We sympathize with the 3% of children who do need personal, professional, compassionate help, but these books just won't do it, folks. Here's an idea. Let's let kids be kids. Let's have more books to uplift, develop them into healthy young adults, books that inspire, books that talk about maybe thinking of others in school and art projects in the community, clubs, debates teams, drama. I'm sure you're aware of the Washington Times report just last couple of weeks, a Dutch study that found most adolescents ultimately outgrow gender confusion, fueling the growing unease of treating anyone under 18 with gender transition drugs and surgeries. Research in the Archives of Sexual Behavior tracked nearly 2,800 adolescents into early adulthood, found that while 11% reported gender non-contentedness at age 11, that figure decreased with age and fell to only 4% by age 24. Quote, gender non-contentedness, while relatively common during early adolescence in general, decreases with age and appears associated with poor self-concept, poor mental health throughout development. And please don't demonize me trying to shame me about the guilt of banning books. We fund the books and we decide for the majority of children how to replace them with appropriate books. Thank you.
Nelson. Nelson Reyes.
Thank you for taking the time to give me this opportunity. This book, I understand, says things that it's hard for me to accept. One of the things the book here says, I speak louder, but not loud enough for Dad to hear in case he's somewhere near the door to the office. I like to call me Lily, please, Lily, go. MacArthur is my name, with whose word a weight is lifted off my chest. I don't understand how, instead of having this book that should be removed, why not have books like this about Dr. Seuss? And some of the things that I read here about Dr. Seuss, one says, I did have a mother. She said the baby bird. I know I did. I have to find her. We understand as children growing up that we have a mom and a dad. I'm still puzzled. Why is it that the courts removed the Bible out of the school? It is important that instead of taking the Bible to school, why not we bring the Bible back into the school and take this book out? There's a saying, and I'll translate in Spanish. I believe that first let me say it in Spanish. El pecado de la homosexualidad va a destruir este país. That means the sin of homosexuality would destroy this country. Thank you.
Kent Frappier.
Good evening, members of the board. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kent Frappier, and I appreciate the chance to speak with you this evening. Books like the one in question, and many others in the same genre, are placing our students at great risk at this time in their lives. When does this slippery slope end? Books are meant to educate and not indoctrinate. As a community, do we really want this material available so easily to such an impressionable group? Books like these are like crying fire in a crowded theater. They just pour gasoline on a subject that should be between parent and child. We have no business making this conversation more difficult than it already is. Please vote to eliminate this and books like these from our school libraries. Thank you for your time and prayerful consideration of this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Long. Linda Long. Gabrielle Clark.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Clark. I find lawyers for detransitioners, and never has a detransitioner ever said to me, I wish I had less sexual function. I wish that I still had my scars. I wish I was still deformed by mutilation, by a doctor, by a lie. This book is a road map to that nightmare. There is WPATH information in here talking about Tanner Stage 2. Do you know any middle schooler that knows what Tanner Stage 2 is? I don't. You're introducing this nightmare to your children. And when they find me later, I'm going to remind them how it got here, how this happened. I'm going to be there as a historian to take note. Half the detransitioners in this country, I found lawyers for. You do not want this life. You do not want this problem. Get this book out of your schools. Get it out of your district. Get it out of Texas, period. You don't need this. I teach parents how to bring their children back from social transitioning, just like I did for my own daughter. She is healthy. She is happy, completely and fully intact, never medicated. She is free to decide for herself what she wants for her life without anybody else sticking their nose in her business, without anybody else giving her ideas, not even me. And I can tell you, she's my daughter, so I can't tell her nothing. She does what she wants to do. She wants to live free.
Emily Schmidt.
Hi, I'd like to start off by thanking y'all for y'all's time. My name is Emily Schmidt. I am 25. I grew up not too far from here and graduated from PNG ISD. As a child, I was groomed to be trans. My school had a huge part in this. Media similar to the book Lily and Duncan led me into having gender dysphoria at 14 years old. Soon, my whole life became surrounded by trans everything. This made me believe that my body was wrong and needed fixing with surgeries and hormones. All I ever really needed was for someone to tell me that it is okay to be a tomboy. But instead, I was walked down a path of suicidal ideations and anxiety due to media like this book that you have available to 7th graders. I am here to ask you, why do you want to teach children that their bodies are wrong? Why do you want to teach children that self-hatred is good? Why do you want to teach children that they need to chop off healthy body parts in order to find true happiness? And why did people like you tell me as a little girl that I needed to self-harm in order to be truly happy?
Tina Orball.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I taught math. I taught in Conroe School District, and I taught it for, I taught 33 years, but in Conroe District, I taught 15 years, over 15 years. This has never come up, never, ever come up. So I don't understand why it's coming up now. Why the evilness of trans is coming up. If you're trans and you're happy with your life, fine, but don't bring it to your little kids. Their minds are not able to handle it at that age. They cannot, they're not formulated yet. They don't understand it. I've taught junior high, high school, college, I taught it all, and they have not developed. In fact, I don't think they're developed before they're 50, but that's my opinion. All right, and the other thing is the Bible and the Constitution. That is what we were founded on. We were founded on the Bible and the Constitution, and the schools were developed to take the Bible and the Constitution and to educate people. That's why the schools were developed. It is not a separation of school and state and religion. There's no separation. It is what we interpret it as, but it is not what was intended with our forefathers. So there's a biblical citizenship is a 6-week course, and they'll tell you all about what was meant when we developed that. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. People, come on, let's go back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. I have grandkids that don't know what they're supposed to know by the time I have an 8-year-old that is not reading on par. She's not reading on par, but she's not getting it in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Make the right decision.
Lindsay Dawson.
Good evening. I want to talk about two things tonight. First, there was yet another massive fight in our schools, this time in the Conroe 9th grade campus yesterday. This breaks my heart. This should break all of our hearts. How long are we going to let this violence continue in our district? More needs to be done to proactively protect our students so they can actually learn the whole point of why schools exist. This leads to my next point, Lily and Duncan. We all know this conversation tonight is not just about a book. It's about a dangerous, life-altering social contagion that's sweeping our nation. An irreversible fad that our schools are encouraging and trying to normalize with books like Lily and Duncan. This book talks about wanting to cut off a penis with nail clippers. Really? Is this what we want to normalize? Your role as a school district is not to serve as a medical professional and affirm the latest fad. It's to teach reading, writing, and math so that 30% of CISD graduates who aren't college or career ready might actually have a fighting chance. So what can the board do? You can start by listening to the community majority and enact a comprehensive gender identity policy like Katy ISD has done. It's time. So this means stop asking kids to write down their preferred pronouns. Stop withholding information from the parent if a student is socially transitioning at school. That means not diagnosing or trying to treat gender dysphoria. And it certainly means not providing or teaching any gender fluidity materials in the classroom, especially to elementary age students where this book was found at one point. I don't need to remind you that this is an election year and the majority of your constituents overwhelmingly want you to protect our children from this dangerous ideology. Thank you.
Tony LaBelle.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to have listened to all these people here before me. There were some very good points there. And I would like to acknowledge you, Mr. Knoll. About 2 months ago, you acknowledged that any kids that are transitioning in the CISD, that their parents will be notified. I appreciate that. That is a step in the right direction. But it also, I'm kind of appalled why we are all here today. It's basically the lack of morals in this board as a whole, and that's why you're being replaced. We got 3 of you out, we get 4 of you out this year, because you have no morals. Why are we even here discussing this? This is insane. This is insanity. This is sexual perversion, and it's in our schools. It needs to go. I didn't come here very prepared because I had to go pick up my kid from Stockton, and so I'm late. But anyway, God bless you, and let God get in here and do His will. Bye.
Thank you, Tony.
Lorraine Rice.
Good evening, President Hubert, School Board Trustees, Dr. Knoll, and all those who care about CISD families and students. I came out here tonight as a retired teacher who served 23 years in CISD, recalling the many times I was trusted as a classroom teacher to guard and protect my students. I was told by the great principals I served under to protect my students from harmful content, written or through videos, to preview CNN student news before showing it, to watch videos beforehand from YouTube. All of this done to make sure the highest standards were followed. Sometimes the standards we were doing were even higher than what the parents did at home. At the Don't Mess With Our Kids event this past Saturday in Austin, a prayer rally for our nation and state, a great Texan, Julie Pickering, who sits on the Texas State Board of Education, challenged us as participants to remind each of you, respectfully of course, that each of you are challenged to be a trustee. You are charged to be a trustee. The word trust is literally in your title. You were chosen by the parents and citizens who reside in Conroe ISD to be trusted. Just like each of the principals I work under reminded me, be trusted. We must trust you with the most precious gifts we have, our children and our grandchildren. You may have to choose something differently as a trustee, sitting on this board, that you would choose as a parent. In determining the books allowed in the school libraries, we cannot allow books that promote transgenderism. This is promoting a dysphoria and is harmful to our children. One study done in the NHS National Health Service in England stated that in 2014, a little over 200 children felt that they were the wrong gender. In 2022, that number went to over 5,000. Literature, social media, government agencies, and people with hidden agendas have pushed this ideology. Our students, who are the most emotionally fragile, are the group that is impacted the most. This is not helpful to students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aggie Gambino.
Hi, good evening. A year ago, my family fought tirelessly to secure proper education plan for my daughter, who was deprived of appropriate dyslexia intervention for far too long. Though we emerged victorious, the scars of this linger. In June of 2023, I urged the board to investigate the incident at Broadway Elementary School, where my child was denied crucial services for a staggering year and a half. I called for the accountability for the leaders who failed to provide them with the support they needed. Furthermore, I implored the district to review its entire special education program. It was clear then, as it is now, that federal law had been violated. And yet, since that day, I have not received a single follow-up from anyone within the district. This silence speaks volumes about the lack of urgency and commitment to addressing the systemic issues plaguing our special education system. How many families must suffer before more meaningful action is taken? Since our due process, 2 more families have taken the daunting step of filing a due process. One family settled, while the other persevered through a hearing, ultimately proving that Conroe ISD once again failed to provide a student with FAPE. In the recent case, the family fought tirelessly for their child's right to appropriate services, enduring years of struggle since the 7th grade, until finally March of their senior year received the support that they needed. Sadly, it was too late. He graduated. Why did it take so long? Why did this family have to suffer? And why did the family have to bear the financial burden of fighting for what the district should have been providing? As a member of this board, it is imperative that you question why these injustices persist. How much funding is being directed towards legal services to support the defense, rather than investing in the children who need it most? It's time to bridge the gap, and for those who are overlooked, it's time to stop violating federal law, which is what's happening, and start providing our children with the education they rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Hoppel.
Good evening, board. Emily Hoppel. My pronouns are she, her. Being alert to social justice is a good thing, and there is diversity in our community as there is diversity in our school district. That means there's going to be different views, and in a free society, there needs to be room for all of them. All kids should be able to go to the library and find a book with characters that they can relate to and identify with. And while I can respect the opinions of others, let them choose what books they want their families to read, and let me choose the books that I want my family to read. I'm feeling really, really emotional, as many people in this room almost certainly are. I mean, I looked before I came here to realize that the suicide rate in Montgomery County is actually much higher than Harris County, and much higher even than Fort Bend County. And I know that there are people working very hard to try to get to the bottom of why that is. But I want to say to anybody who might hear this who is trans, whether you're an adult or a student, you are seen and you are accepted by many in this community. And I know that when the room is filled with hateful people who are demonizing a specific segment of our community, it can feel very lonely, and I don't want those people to feel lonely. I don't want those people to be in danger of taking their own lives. And I know many of you care about that. I hope you care about it for every student. I'm almost out of time, so I agree with those who say let's focus our attention on more important matters, and there are people in the room who could have voted to give every teacher and staff member in this district a raise last summer and one of the many special sessions, and they did not vote for that. And I would love for you to, as you talk about legislative advocacy later this evening, to talk about why we are 40th in per student funding in this country and what that might have to do with why our special education services are not where they need to be, why we don't have the room in our schools for the number of students we have. Thank you.
Kristen Brown.
Good evening. Oh, I thought I was the last. There's a second page.
No.
Oh, I'm not going to wrap it up. I'm Kristen Brown. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a parent of this school district. I have 2 kids in elementary and junior high. The slogan of Conroe ISD is all means all. I know that refers to all the students that are in all the classrooms across all the acres that we always talk about when there's a risk of shutting schools down. Check your emails and watch your videos. That should also refer to the representation that students see in the libraries. All means all. The vision statement of Conroe ISD mentions that there's a commitment to students graduating with confidence. When we actively remove their representation from the available, not required, not forced, library books, it does not support that point to help build their confidence and see what they could be capable of, or that even that they might exist. Who loses when we remove uncomfortable material from the schools? Everyone. Those that don't then have a chance to grow in understanding and compassion about others that they don't see in their family or in their close-knit community. Everyone loses. I support the librarians who originally approved Lillian Duncan, and I support the reconsideration committee that unanimously decided with thorough review that this book was appropriate for junior high and high school libraries, as they documented in their February 23rd report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Walker.
Good evening, board. I was going to come up here and talk to you about how my 5th grader loved Lillian Duncan. I asked her what she thought about it. All she could remember is that it was a story about friendship. But like Emily said, I'm feeling a little emotional after having to sit through all of that public comment. So I would like to tell you that as someone getting a master's in clinical psychology, I spend a lot of time reading research. I spend a lot of time actively participating in research. In my undergrad and currently now as a graduate student, I'm a research assistant for a study that looks specifically at the transgender population. And I would like to tell you that people come up here all the time and talk about what it means to be transgender, what gender-affirming care looks like, what it means to receive that care, what it looks like for a child, what it looks like for an adult, what it looks like to detransition, because sometimes that does happen. I would like you to know that the data and the facts and the statistics that they are giving are wildly inaccurate. At best, they're misleading. So I just had to throw that out there. I would like to tell you that as a representative of the Woodlands Pride, we recently had an inclusive book drive. We were going to donate those books to the Montgomery County Library System, but because of a recent library policy, we no longer can. But because I will not be deterred, we have found a place for those books to reside within the community for those who would need them. And with my last 30 seconds, I would like to ask you to imagine what it would feel like every day to wake up where crowds of people will come and speak and villainize you to a room full of representatives. Our local representatives in this state, one of which is in this room, actively villainize the transgender population every day. The suicide rate in this county, we had 484 deaths by suicide in this county last year. The average age was 16.
Thank you.
Abel Garcia.
Conroe ISD. Before I speak, I'd like to mention to Ms. Walker, I am a detransitioner, and I would like to say she is wrong. She is welcome to talk to me about all the damages done to me by this transgender ideology. But now I will begin. My name is Abel Garcia, and I am a detransitioner. I am here to talk about Lillian Duncan a book y'all have approved for your students. I took the liberty to read the entire book, and I'm disappointed to know that y'all have approved this book for kids. This book teaches students nothing but to hate themselves, their bodies, and to hate anyone who disagrees with their transgender ideology. I speak from my personal experience as a detransitioner. Gender-affirming care did not save me. It harmed me and has caused lifelong consequences because I trusted so-called medical professionals. While I transitioned as an adult, I am currently dealing with genital atrophy, possible sterilization, muscle tremors, just to name a few side effects. If I, as an adult, am dealing with these side effects, I have no hope for these students who transition as minors. Now, I'd like to quote the book Lily and Duncan from page 35. Quote, "After signing up for a computer, I researched hormone blockers. Again, I need to be certain about the right time to start them. There's something called Tanner stage 2. That's when my boy parts start growing, when hair starts growing down there, when all things I don't want to be happen start happening. That's when I'm supposed to start the hormone blockers. That means I should be starting them now. It's not like I'm asking for estrogen or surgery yet." End of quote. Tanner stage 2 is a very extremely important stage in puberty. Now I quote Dr. Marcy Bowers, the president of WPATH, and a male to female transgender doctor. "Every single child who has truly blocked at Tanner stage 2, ages 9 to 11, has never experienced orgasm." Dr. Bauer essentially admits that children who go through this process are sterilized, and yet the book still puts an emphasis on the main character getting puberty blockers before this stage starts. I'm here to ask for an explanation to why the school board approved this book.
Thank you.
Susan Scruggs. Susan Scruggs.
Good evening, Board. I wanted to read an excerpt from Lily and Duncan. "A pang of jealousy hits me as I look at Dares," and that's a friend of the character Tim, who wants to be Lily, "new inner-proved boobs. She's so lucky her body made them over the summer. She didn't even have to do a single thing to make it happen. I'll need to take estrogen hormones if I want my body to make boobs someday. But before I can do that, I need hormone blockers to stop my body from betraying me and developing male characteristics. I've got to make Dad understand how important the blockers are, how they can buy me time before permanent, irreversible changes take place, all the wrong changes." I'd just like to say, I don't know if you folks are aware of the medical indications for hormones, but there is no medical FDA indication for Suprella, which is used for a hormone blocker, or Lupron, which is another medication used for a hormone blocker. It's not indicated for hormone blockers. They are only indicated for hormone in children that have precocious puberty, which means that their puberty is coming when they're very young, maybe 5, 6 or so. So by having information in these books that's promoting estrogen or promoting Lupron, promoting Suprella for hormone blockers or hormone additives for children is not FDA approved. It's not been studied. There's no double-blind placebo-controlled study. So you are promoting a medical treatment that is not approved. And I don't know how you feel about that. I think it is pretty bad. And if all of this other information doesn't convince you, maybe that will.
Thank you.
Carolyn Nini.
How are y'all doing?
Howdy, Carol.
I'm also going to read a passage from Lily and Duncan. "Why, I ask, leaning my head against hers, why won't he let me be me? Am I so bad? He won't even let me talk about hormone blockers. I need them, Mom." Shh. She strokes my hair. It's hard for your dad, sweetheart. I don't have more time. I pulled away from Mom. I'm beginning to change, and it's making me crazy. I need to start hormone blockers right now, or things are going to happen that I can't reverse. I can't wait anymore, and I need one of you to sign the form so I can get them. I'll talk to him, Mom says. Again, please be patient a little longer. I want your dad to be on board before we take the next step. I stand, feeling lightheaded. It's so unfair. As I walked away on wobbly legs, trying to think about what will happen to my body without hormone blockers. The deeper voice, bulging Adam's apple, facial hair, hair down there, what's already beginning to happen. This child is tormented by this. And when a child who is reading this, who's thinking about transitioning, they read this despair in this story, they're going to feel that as well, and they are going to push, and they are going to want this to happen to their bodies when they have no earthly idea what it's going to be like when they realize the mistake that they made and that their life is ruined forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Toth.
Good evening, Dr. Null and board members. I spent this past summer in Austin, surrounded by the most incredibly courageous young people that you've had the opportunity to hear from. Some of them tonight, just a few of them. From every corner of the state, D-sisters and D-transitioners, and yes, there is a difference, traveled to Austin to testify in support of Senate Bill 14, ending the chemical and surgical castration of minors. They endured heat, they endured anguish and insults as misguided people tried to shame them for daring to speak truth about their own experiences of hardship and deep regret. Their stories included similar messages found in the book, Lily and Duncan, that you're going to be discussing tonight. Their parents were told that loving them meant affirming their confusion. They're asked, would you rather have a dead son or a live daughter? They're told by this people that that they should trust doctors and mental health professionals. They were told these procedures were completely safe, effective, and were even reversible. Why were they there? They were there to see justice for those who suffered at the hands of these professionals that failed them in the most horrific ways. They were there to stand in the gap for those who were let down by the adults in their lives when they failed to love them enough to say, you're loved and you're perfect, just the way God made you. They were there to ensure that the state of Texas recognized its own failures on this issue to make it illegal for this horrific practice, and they were successful. Board members, I beg you to ponder the words of the experts, these children that are in this room tonight. I ask you to consider the pleas of those in this room who have the greatest amount of authority to speak on the issue. Lastly, respectfully, I ask you to consider that this practice is in fact illegal in the state of Texas, yet this book is still in the hands of young and impressionable children. And I hope and trust that you'll love these kids enough to say no. Thank you. God bless you.
Stacy Kazai. Stacy Kazai. Henry Boyle.
Good evening, Dr. Null and board members. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm here on a little bit different subject.
Okay.
I want to talk about school construction and some of the things that might be done to make it a little less expensive. In what I've read, mostly from newspaper and general things, as you build schools, a lot of times they're built one at a time. And what I'd like to talk to you about is that the amount of money in the bond issue that passed recently is horrendous, but we need those schools. I support all of that. I'm just talking about building a standard school. Build a standard elementary school for a set number of pupils, a standard junior high, and a standard high school. Secondly, as a phase 2 of that, build a increased capacity. In other words, the ability to double that school if you want to make it double what it was, do that a part of the original design. This gives you the footprint of the land area that you will need, and it'll make it a little easier sometimes to find the land to occupy these schools, because at the rate we're growing, that land's not going to be around a whole long time. And the costs of building them one-on-one are much more than if you standardize, because if you standardize, you don't repeat certain processes. And when you've got that footprint, all you need is that land area to be prepared for it. So appreciate you just think about that, using a stand.
Thanks, sir.
Mary Burks.
Good evening. I'll be reading a portion of the book, Lily and Duncan. This is a conversation that Tim/Lily is listening to at his mother, who also has a penis, and father, about him transitioning to a girl. It goes like this. Remember that time I caught Lily with the nail clippers after her bath? Dad's quiet. She told me that she wanted to cut her penis off, Gary, that it didn't belong. An unbearable silence. Then Mom's voice. She was 5 years old, Gare. She knew when she was 5. I knew before I was 5. And I remember holding those nail clippers that Mom had left on the counter. But back then, I didn't think about the possibility of bleeding to death. I just wanted it gone, and I still do. First of all, in Genesis 1:27-28, it says God created them male and female. He blessed them and told them to be fruitful and multiply. God doesn't make mistakes. This book is nothing more than indoctrination into a lifestyle of destruction and to stop the plans of God in kids' lives. It's the enemy who comes to steal, kill, and destroy. God says in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, to prosper you, not to harm you, to give you a hope and a future." And those of you on the board who refuse to move these types of book are aiding and abetting the enemy's plans. Your job is to teach the 3 R's, build up a child for success. But when you confuse a child with these types of books, you're setting them up for failure, other than what God had intended them to be. So I hope no one on this board wants to be a part of that plan. God is not the author of confusion. Luke 17:2 says, "It would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he was cast into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble." Thank you.
Audrey Warner. Audrey Warner. Sorry, I couldn't see you.
Good evening. House Bill 900, also known as the Reader Act, tasked the State Library and Archives Commissions, TSLAC, with developing new mandated collection and development standards for Texas K-12 public school libraries. The State Board of Education adopted these standards into the Texas Administrative Code 13 TAC 4.2 in December of 2023. The new mandated state standards for school library collections went into effect on January 3rd, 2024. Pursuant to 13 TAC 4.2, materials harmful to minors, sexually explicit materials, and pervasively vulgar materials are prohibited from public school library collections. This includes campus libraries, classroom libraries, and digital libraries. While the vendor enforcement provision of the law has been blocked, the standards pursuant to 13 TAC 4.2 are in full effect. The law is clear. Texas school children are protected from explicit content in their public schools, no matter where they attend school in the state. Sexually explicit and pervasively vulgar materials are not meant to be up for debate on library review boards. The full responsibility of identifying and removing sexually explicit and pervasively vulgar materials in school library collections is that of the school district. I ask you to seek out vendors who will help you in their effort to comply with the law, to reject purchasing from vendors who refuse their due diligence. Vendors and publishers have the resources available to help ensure compliance, and you can hold them accountable through selective purchasing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Collins.
Good evening. I want to thank all of you for serving. My name is Christian Collins, and look, you know, this is really sad that we're having to all be here to discuss this issue. It's a poor positioning for each of you and for all of us. And I'm not here to lecture you. I'm not here to berate you. I'm here to ask you so kindly to remove this book. And look, you know, many of us don't need degrees in clinical psychology. We have common sense. Our pronouns are common sense. And what we need here is more common sense. I've seen so many cases of children who have gone through gender dysphoria, which is really more of a recent phenomena, and they've grown out of it. I've founded the Texas Youth Summit. We've operated here in Montgomery County. I've spoken at high schools and colleges, and I met Emily. Emily was a pastor's daughter. And when I met her, at the time, she said she had been in a season where, because of books she'd read and TikTok, she had come to a place to think that she was a man or supposed to be a boy. But thankfully, she grew out of this ideology. Many people, though, haven't. We can look at accounts on social media and see sob stories of people that weren't able in time to grow out of this way of thinking. They did irreparable harm to their bodies and their lives. Irreversible surgeries. This is a multi-million-dollar scam. This is the biggest scam of our generation. We should not be supporting this as a school district with our tax dollars, and children should not be exposed to this. There are many people, I commend everyone that's spoken up here today, and there are many common sense, even gay people, who recognized that this transgender ideology that's being done to children is evil. This should not happen. I encourage you to do everything that you can to get rid of this particular book. Thank you so much.
Alex Harris.
Good evening, Board. Last year, I raised a reconsideration request on the indoctrination of our children with atheism, faith, and beliefs in our science classroom. And you could not disprove what I said. Rather, you kicked the can to SBOE. Good news. Through the efforts of many, our SBOE has removed primate evolution, the science of racism, the critical race theory par excellence, from the curriculum, and introduced intelligent design as an alternative theory as mandated in our TEKS. Intelligent design theory explicitly shows that BBT, or the Big Bang Theory, is a false narrative on the origin of the universe, since the foundational laws of science are violated, revealing that science cannot explain the origin of the universe. We must stop deceiving our children with atheism, faith, and belief in our science classroom, and the board must ensure that the science faculty at Conroe ISD are educated on the critical changes, stop teaching primate evolution as they've done in the past, and teach intelligent design theory. On a side note, I am seeing disingenuous behavior from the Conroe ISD board and leadership, as evidenced in the recent very obvious interference in our shack, trying to manipulate and control them. We are open to honest conversation. However, disinformation, manipulation, and intimidation will not be tolerated. I am very disappointed.
Thank you.
Evan Kendrick.
Hello, Board. My name's Evan Kendrick. Got a few quick points here. I went to Conroe High in the mid-'70s. At that time, we had a smoking area for the kids, okay? At some point later on, they determined smoking was bad, especially for minors. They took it away, okay? That was probably done by the board, right? Okay, my point is, you are our firewall. Okay, we're our firewall when our families. You are the firewall for Conroe ISD. What you say means a lot, okay? So these kids are immature. They're growing. It doesn't mean they're bad or anything, but they are influenced heavily by their peers, just like we were when we went to school, right? If it wasn't for some adults saying this is bad for the kids, well, I mean, you know, every kid in our class would be a drug addict, right? But, you know, there's adults like you all. You have to step in. You have to make a stand on this book, Lillian Duncan, as well as many others. The woman brought out how it's illegal to have pornography, profanity-laced material in our library. Now, I know they kind of get around that with some kind of educational thing, but the bottom line is when you retire from this board one day, are you going to look back and say, I did all that I can to help these kids come out to be good citizens that are going to be released in our society? Or are we going to release a bunch of people that are going to be leading our country into destruction? Okay? So I want you to consider this because you all have the opportunity to make a difference. You can be a light like a city on a hill. You can be a great example to other school districts, right? They're going to look at CISD and say, look, they did it, we can do it too. So I encourage you to take stands on all these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trent Smith.
Good evening. The good news is I'm the last speaker, so that means if it's good, it's my fault. If it's bad, it's my fault.
Yeah.
I'm a concerned parent of three. Hey, Dr. Knoll, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm a concerned parent of three children here in CISD. That's the most important fact. But secondly, I'm a pastor here in Conroe. It's concerning to me that we have allowed and promoted ideologies that should have nothing to do with public education. So just got some questions. I don't come with answers. I come with questions, and hopefully your answer will lead you to the correct vote tonight. Does CISD educate or indoctrinate children? I'm afraid this school district is venturing into the muddy waters where teaching and education has been confused for indoctrination. Like science, teaching is not biased. It simply informs us of the facts. However, indoctrination comes from a biased viewpoint that prioritizes personal opinion over truth and fact. So another question, where does a mountain begin? If you were in your car driving west in the plains of Kansas, you stopped, put your car in neutral, took your foot off the brake, your car would begin to roll backwards east, away from the Rocky Mountains. So if CISD were a car and we were to put the engine in neutral, would we roll towards indoctrination or would we roll towards education? Simply put, it's not this school district's responsibility to indoctrinate or promote issues concerning sexuality and gender dysphoria. So in closing, I thank each of you for your time tonight. You sat through a lot of people like me talking to you, and I really appreciate that. I hope that you as leaders will make the correct decision to remove all material regarding gender dysphoria and sexually explicit, whether it be heterosexual or gay. And I thank you for your time, and I trust that you make the right decision. God bless you.
All right. What's that? What was your? We had some that were missed, so would you mind calling those people again? Thank you for that. Yes, she's.
Will you state your name? Kezai. Stacy Kezai.
Yep, you were on here. Please go ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Kezai. I'm a former board trustee out of Southern California.
I completely understand your genuine social pressures each of you are facing. We moved to Montgomery County just under 3 years ago, specifically to put our children in a better education system. The California education system has succumbed to an overwhelming woke ideology which is now running their education protocols on social justice, distancing away from transparency, creating an indoctrination, and certainly not enhancing the basic values of learning, critical thinking, math, and science. Specifically, we chose Montgomery due to the conservative family nature of the community while ensuring our school district met the standards. We researched, spoke to community members, neighbors, and even met with principals to discuss the values and moral compass of CISD. It is with deep disappointment and frustration that I address the trustees with a potential decision to succumb to a woke agenda by retaining the Lily and Duncan in our school district, especially in our junior high. This decision is a disheartening surrender to ideology pressures, disregarding the genuine concerns and the values of parents and community members. The woke agenda seeks to impose a narrow, dogmatic worldview that polarizes political correctness that prioritizes political correctness over critical thinking, emotional well-being, and morals and values. By endorsing the agenda through the retention of Lily and Duncan, the school board has abandoned the fiduciary duty to uphold high education standards and promote a healthy learning environment. The content of Lily and Duncan is not only age inappropriate for the middle school students, but promotes decisive and contentious ideologies that have no place in our educational system. Furthermore, CISD faculty and staff are not trained how to have these discussions, provide direction to each of the children on such topics. I'll leave this with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Linda Long.
That's it? Okay. All right, thank you very much for all those that participated. We'll move on to item 4, which is our consent agenda. And I did hear from a board member that we need to remove item E. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item E?
So move.
A motion, do you have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion? All those in favor shall by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Your motion carries, thank you. All right, moving to item E, which is approve appointment of employee co-chair to the School Health Advisory Council.
Yeah, we'll ask Dr. Medford to come forward and present that, please.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. As you know, you received information a few weeks ago that Dr. Upshaw's plate had gotten really, really full in an effort to make sure that all of the plates that she was spinning were staying in the air and moving forward. We had asked for her to be removed as our co-chair, so we come to you this evening asking for Dr. Mark Merle to be the new co-chair for SHAC. So at this time, I request your approval.
So moved. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I have the same concerns I had the last time we chose to do a SHAC co-chair from the employees of the district or anyone. It should be chosen based on their group choosing who their chairperson is. And so I still have the same concerns regarding this.
What was that concern?
The fact that the bylaws state that they are to choose their own chair, co-chairs.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted.
I do second that concern. I think that we're stepping on their bylaws by doing this, but this is where we are, so just want to make that public.
Okay, any other discussion?
Also, from what I was reading through the bylaws, I was seeing that the district can only appoint, not a co-chair, but what's the other appointed position?
The chair.
What is it called? The what?
I'm not sure what.
A liaison.
A liaison of some sort.
So the district, we brought to you a slate of administrators and subject matter experts that we asked for you guys to approve in the fall, and you did. And so those are the members that have made up SHAC. So there were multiple positions, but this is specifically calling out that co-chair, the person that is the go-between between staff and the other shack co-chair, as well as for any items that need to come to you guys. Like, I think it was last month, they kind of run together, that we had the item that we adjusted policy based on that recommendation. So that's kind of the role of the co-chair.
Was Dr. Upshaw appointed?
Yes, by you guys.
So we voted on her?
You are part of the membership for this school year, yes.
Okay.
Yes, the board appointed Dr. Upshaw to be the co-chair. The board appointed her to be the co-chair. She was a co-chair. The board would like to make, the motion is for the board to appoint a new co-chair, just like we did before. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries 4-3. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 5, which is, I'm sure, the other reason why the room is packed today. Item A, which is named principal of for Hauser Elementary. Dr.
Yeah,
Wolf.
we it's that time of year, right? Here we go again with a lot of celebrations, and many of our families, for our folks that we are naming, they've been in the large conference room, so you're going to see them begin to transition in here. We want to make sure that we give opportunity for all of their families to enter the room. So I'm going to stall a little longer because I see them entering the room. We're going to start with our new principal for Hauser Elementary. Hauser is a very special school, and they have really been on an upward swing. They serve a special place in the Oak Ridge community. I know I've seen quite a few people here tonight that understand the impact that Hauser has on the community, and they need a strong leader. But they need a strong leader that understands the community and is a part of that community and has been there. So it is really uplifting when we can see one of our own that started as a teacher and move into the instructional coaching and then move into assistant principal and to the impact that they make in every stop along the way. And now ready to ascend to be the principal. So I'm proud tonight to recommend Ms. April Tillman to be our next principal at Hauser Elementary.
All right. Do we
So moved.
have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Tillman.
Hello and good evening. President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null, I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and excitement as I accept the honor of serving as Hauser Elementary's next principal. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest appreciation to the school board, the hiring committee, and all those who have placed their trust in me to lead this remarkable school community forward. I have served the community and students at Hauser Elementary for 7 years. I have been honored to serve as a teacher, instructional coach, assistant principal, and now its principal. This community is strong, determined, and cares deeply about one another. The staff members I have the privilege of working with each day are dedicated, passionate, and have an unwavering commitment to the well-being and success of our students. Together, we will continue to create a nurturing and inclusive environment where every child can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. I would like to take a moment to thank my family who is here tonight. Thank you to my parents, David and Kathy Ivy, who taught me that hard work is the foundation of a happy and successful life, who encourage me throughout every new journey I embark upon. My parents have been my support system, cheerleaders, and mentors, and I would not be here today without them. Thank you to my daughter Adeline, who brings me endless joy and teaches me patience every day. I strive to create a school environment that I would be proud for her to be a part of someday. Thank you to my amazing husband Adam, who has continuously pushed me to grow, seek new opportunities, and has encouraged me to trust in myself throughout all challenges. Thank you for agreeing to be my partner on this new journey and supporting my love of Hauser and its community. To all my family and friends who are watching online tonight, thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement. I am inspired and in awe of the amazing group of family and friends who support me. Conroe ISD is full of strong and remarkable leaders that have encouraged and supported me throughout my years in the district. Thank you to Dr. Shelley Winkler, Dr. Tara Vandermark, Mrs. Lisa Garrison, and Mr. Jeff Fuller for your advice, empowerment, and inspiration as I grew as a leader in this district. Thank you for believing in me when my confidence would begin to falter and imparting your knowledge and leadership in me throughout each phase of my journey. Thank you to the two amazing principals who I have worked with at Hauser Elementary, Mrs. Angela Lozano and Mrs. Liz Kaler. Angela, you saw more potential in a young and naive first grade teacher than I could have ever seen in myself. Liz, you truly partnered with me over the past 2.5 years and prepared me for this new role every single day. You both believed in me, poured into me, and helped me become the leader I am today. To the Hauser students, staff, parents, and community members, with our collective dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to our student success, I am confident that we will build a future where every child feels valued, loved, and empowered to achieve their dreams. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as your principal. Together, and this is a little cheesy, but let's soar high, Hauser Hawks.
There you go.
April, I know that everybody doesn't, you all don't have the view that I have when I sit right here, but your daddy looks like every proud daddy in the world. Congratulations,
right.
Mom and Dad. Like that.
All right, very good. All right, Dr. Knoll, let's move on to Kaufman Elementary, if you don't mind, sir.
All right, so we stay in the proud War Eagle family, and once again look for an opportunity here to elevate one of our own within a building, somebody that has been a mainstay at Kaufman for now over 10 years, or right at 10 years, really is seen in a leader and has made a difference. And Kaufman is performing at a high level, and we want to continue that. We want stability there, and we know that with Ms. Corliss, we get not only stability, we get somebody that's invested in the community, and she will make a difference and help that campus continue to soar. So I'm proud to make the recommendation for Ms. Kelly Corliss to be our next principal at Kaufman.
All right, do you have a motion?
So moved.
Motion and a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Corliss.
Good evening, President Huber, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I am deeply honored to be standing before you tonight. I am incredibly grateful for this opportunity to be the next principal at Kaufman Elementary. Throughout my career, I have worked alongside some amazing leaders, Ms. Sue Broadway, Mr. Ken Sharples, Mr. Jeff Fuller, Ms. J.J. Dahl, Ms. Melinda Donnellan, Dr. Tara Vandermark, Dr. Edith Upshaw, and many more. I will forever be grateful to Mr. Jeff Fuller for encouraging me to go back to school and pursue my leadership degree. I didn't think I could juggle being a single mom with 3 boys, but he believed in me and told me I could do it. Ms. J.J. Dahl has encouraged and guided me throughout my career as an administrator. As an administrator, I have learned under the leadership of Mrs. Linda Graham, Ms. Tina Oliver, and Mr. Clinton Dolworth. Each one of you have helped me grow into the leader I am today. I want to say a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Shelley Winkler for believing in me and seeing that my journey was not over as an assistant principal. Thank you for your words of encouragement and your advice. I want to thank my many family and friends for being here tonight and watching online to support me. I want to acknowledge my family that is here tonight. My husband, Jeff. Thank you for your constant encouragement and support in everything I do. You bring out the best in me, and I love you. To my children who have taught me how to love unconditionally, my oldest son, Jake, and his wife, Caitlin, my son, Corey, and his wife, Stormy, and my youngest son, Mason. I love each one of you and hope to continue to make you proud in all that I do. And to my mom, Mary, who has always seen the leader in me in everything I do, and even from a very young age. When I was in second grade, she had a conference with my second grade teacher, Miss Hawes, who had wonderful things to say about my academic skills. But at the end of the conference, Miss Hawes shared with my mom, she always tries to run my circle time. And my mom's response was, she always tries to run my life. Thank you for seeing my potential and always being there for me, and I love you. And to the Kaufman Cougar family, you truly are a special group of people. I have spent 14 years of my career teaching and working alongside you. The last 10 years, I have had the privilege of being one of your administrators alongside my childhood best friend, Mrs. Tanya Twilla. As your principal, I am committed to academic excellence for all of our students. I hope to inspire and motivate you to be the best educators you can be for our students. And together we will continue to show our community and beyond why we wear the hashtag Best School Ever on the back of our shirts. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, Dr. Knoll, let's move to Lamar Elementary, sir.
Yes, sir. So, we have done a lot of work in the past few years in our leadership development programs and really trying to help grow leaders in Conroe ISD. And there are times when we can grow leaders at their home school, and then there are times when we see great leadership and we ask them to move and take on big challenges to help grow themselves and honestly to help the district. And Allison Brown is a candidate that has done exactly that. We have asked her to take on very difficult tasks, and everywhere she's been, regardless of the challenges that a school face, she has hit every challenge head on and done a beautiful job of supporting everybody and just performing at a very high level. So when we think about Lamar Elementary and all of the programs that it has, and the fact that we have a granddad there that we need to try to make happy.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
I firmly believe that this is granddad and Leo approved choice.
All right.
For Lamar Elementary to make the recommendation of Allison Brown to be our next principal.
All right, very good. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Have a motion, do we have a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, congratulations, Mr. Brown.
All right. President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, thank you for the opportunity to serve Lamar Elementary as principal. I am excited to engage with the leper community in the very near future. When I was just 16 years old, I knew that having the chance to work with kids each day was how I wanted to spend my life and career. As a swimming instructor, I found it magical to watch kids light up when they accomplished something new, like putting their face under the water for the first time. Later, as a first grade teacher, I watched as my students lit up when they read their first word and book. My fourth graders, too, when they wrote their essays and felt that sense of real accomplishment brought light to their eyes. That light was contagious to me then and continues to be contagious to me now. This light is what has driven me forward to make a difference each day in the schools I have led, have had the opportunity to be a part of. My journey was nurtured by many people, specifically both of my parents, Norman and Martha Lee, were great role models growing up and showing me what it means to serve. My mom as a nurse and my dad in his career in the government. I've also been nurtured by many wonderful educators along the way who have poured into me to bring out the best in my teaching abilities and leadership, and I want to thank each of them for their love, friendship, and encouragement. To my Veterans Memorial family and Amber, it's been one of my greatest joys to serve you this past year, and I will miss you dearly. You are leading our Eagles to greatness, and I'm thankful that I played a small hand alongside you. To my coworkers who became instant family and are constantly cheering me on, my Meyer family from Spring, Brooke, Linda, and Kat.
All right.
Lots of Lindas.
Yeah.
And to the principals I've worked with. There are no words that can express my gratitude to each of you. You've left a little piece of you with me that I will be quick to put to good use as I start my career as principal. I can't thank you all enough. Dr. Serena Pearson, Lindsay Ardwan, Crystal Poncho, Karen Jones, and Amber de Beaumont. Our time has grown into lasting friendships and left impressions on me that I will carry with me forever. Jeff Fuller, Hartwell Brown, and Dr. Tamika Taylor, thank you for the growth you provided me through the Aspiring Principals program and for providing feedback that grew me beyond measure. Dr. Knoll, Dr. Medford, Dr. Winkler, Lisa Garrison, and Dr. Tara Vandermark, thank you for this opportunity and the many opportunities provided to me for growth so I could grow my skill set to ready for this position. To my family, my children, Austin and Emma, watching from Ohio, Tyler and Anna, you are my why. I do this work for you so you will have a positive environment to learn and grow into the great people you are becoming. To my Ohio family, Dad, Chris, Patrick, Mandy, Eric, Kim, Melissa, I love you all for your constant love and encouragement. And finally, to my Lamar Leopard family, I am grateful for this opportunity to serve and work alongside you to grow our Leopards into leaders. I look at each day as a gift to serve, bring out the light in all, and to continue our charge to connect, encourage, and love all children every day. Thank you for this amazing gift to become principal of Lamar Elementary. Thank you.
Very cool. All right, Dr. Knoll, I see some Sally K. Rides folks in the back.
Indeed.
So I think they're ready for their
That's right.
principal.
They're here. They want to make sure we get this right, and I'm happy to tell them that we are. We are going to do just that. RIDE is all of our schools are special. I can say it about every school, right? And they are. They're all special in their own way, and they're so great. But there's a lot that goes into making RIDE just a wonderful place. And for the past 14 years, their assistant principal has played a big role in their greatness. And we're always happy for folks when they get an opportunity to retire, because it's a life well lived and a career well lived and move on. But then for us, we pause for a minute to make sure that we can, we have somebody to take the next step to follow them. And at RIDE, that answer was pretty easy, because Laura Collins has been there as an assistant principal and as, like I said, played a huge role in the success of RIDE Elementary. So I'm proud tonight to recommend Miss Laura Collins to be the next principal now at RIDE Elementary.
All right, very good. Do we have a
So
motion?
moved.
Motion?
Get in there.
Second.
Motion and a second, very good. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Collins.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Thank you for this honor and this privilege to serve the staff, the students, and the community of Sally K. Ride Elementary in Conroe ISD. As a Conroe alumni and a member of the first graduating class of Oak Ridge High School, I was fortunate to have dedicated teachers and administrators who ignited me to pursue excellence and a passion for learning. Since that time, I was fortunate to return to CISD as a teacher at Buckley Elementary, where Linda Cruz inspired me and helped me to begin my journey. I appreciate the pursuit of excellence and the focus on student growth in Conroe ISD. My family has supported me through my many years as a teacher and administrator. With me today is my loving husband of 35 years, Robert Collins, who has always believed in me, encouraged me, and supported me throughout my career. My daughter, Megan Fisher, who is a PE teacher at Suchma Elementary, where she displays a love and a passion for teaching. And my son, Joshua Collins, whose kind heart and supportive stance just inspires me and reminds me how truly blessed I am. With me virtually are my parents, Joe and Irene Spagnoletti, who could not be here today, but I want to thank them for always instilling in me a love for learning, a desire to work hard and to strive for excellence, and never stop believing in my dreams. Their unwavering love and support inspired me to live each day with a grateful heart. I would also like to express my appreciation to Megan Burnham for giving me the opportunity to learn and grow under her collaborative leader style as her assistant principal, for lots of laughs and lots of fun lunches and matching t-shirts. I am truly blessed. I would also like to just thank all the people that believed in me and that helped me to be able to start this leadership journey. Dr. Winkler, who inspired me to move on and to work hard and to achieve excellence. Dr. Vandermark, that helped me to get the confidence to do what I needed to do to get to this next step. And Dr. Upshaw for always challenging me and making me my best. And to my wonderful Ride Challenger family. I have had the privilege and honor to serve you as your assistant principal. Thank you for all your support and dedication that you've shown throughout my journey. I am humbled and honored to continue my leadership journey as your new principal. I am committed to growing alongside you and continuing the legacy of Ride as an exceptional school. I will work tirelessly and inspire, connect, and challenge teachers and students to continue to reach for the stars, and achieve their goals. Go Challengers! Thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, moving right along, Dr. Knoll, we have Wilkinson Elementary's next.
Yes, sir. Once again, an opportunity to see a leader that has grown through different positions within our district and is now ready to really blossom. She's had an opportunity to learn from one of our very best, which we promoted recently as well. But Wilkinson Elementary is a school that has great parental support and involvement, and has been high achieving and has had a history of very high performing principals. And so we feel the need to make sure that we live up to that standard, and I believe that we have. And as I mentioned to Ms. Bringman when we visited, the only sadness in today is that Miss Bonnie is not still here with us. Miss Bonnie passed away just a few years ago, and one of the things that she was known for was the most beautiful handwritten notes. And so this is a really special night that we name a new principal, and I know that later this week, Miss Bonnie would have written a handwritten note to welcome her, and so we're going to miss that, but we're going to wrap our arms around our new principal and celebrate really the legacy of Bonnie Wilkinson through this. So I'm proud tonight to recommend Ms. Laura Bringman as our new principal of Wilkinson Elementary.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion shall by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Laura Bigman.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today as the new principal of Wilkinson Elementary. I accept this responsibility and pledge to serve the community with integrity and dedication. Like Bonnie Wilkinson, I too was not born in the great state of Texas. I was born and raised in Wisconsin, but moved to Texas as quickly as I could after graduation from the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire in 2012. The snow and cold for 6 months out of the year is just not for me. Growing up in a blue-collar family, my mom worked at McDonald's while she went through school to become a nurse and raised my brothers and I, while my dad worked in a factory building fire trucks. Both my parents did paper routes on the weekends to bring in extra income. As a child, I learned quickly the value of hard work and perseverance, attributes that are ingrained in me and those that I will take with me as I lead Wilkinson Elementary. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to both my parents, whose unwavering support has molded me into the person today. They are both watching online tonight from Chile, Wisconsin. Here with me tonight, I'd like to thank my husband, Logan, for his support, encouragement, and love, and to my son, Lincoln, who's a little tired right now, but he's the light of my world and the one who challenges me to be the best version of myself. To Dr. Paola Gorman, I cannot thank you enough for investing in me as your coach and as your assistant principal. I would not be the leader I am today without your love and friendship. Because of you, I know the value of leading. I know the value of leading with passion, empathy, and high expectations. To Lori Woolley and Scott DeBerkey, thank you for hiring me as a brand new college graduate and for making my dream of becoming a teacher possible. To my Milam Mustangs, thank you for giving me the space and time to grow into the leader that I am today. To the wonderful district leaders, Dr. Shelley Winkler and Mrs. Lisa Garrison, thank you for seeing the potential in me and for providing me with opportunities to learn and grow here in Conroe ISD. To the Wilkinson Lions, my family and I are rooted in this community, and I'm committed to ensuring all students at Wilkinson Elementary receive the highest level of education and are pushed to do their very best. I look forward to serving the community of Wilkinson Elementary and continuing to learn and grow here in Conroe ISD.
Congratulations to all of our principals. Okay. Item F, which is name Executive Director for Operations. I'll turn this time over to you, Dr. Noel, as well.
President Hubert, would
Yes,
it be
ma'am.
okay if I asked a couple of questions to Dr. Hubert before we start on this?
To-
I mean, Dr. Hubert,
She's
Dr.
not
Knoll.
here.
Yeah, yes, you're right. I didn't even
Yeah,
mean
sure.
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you. Dr. Knoll, I just want to ask or point out or ask a few questions on this.
absolutely.
This is a new position that we're adding correct?
Yeah, so this is a position that we are adding, but it's not adding to the budget. What we have done is we've condensed two other positions to make this one position. So this is a new position, but it's not an additional position in the budget. So the net impact to our budget is actually even or negative because we are condensing. We had a staff accountant position and we had an assistant director of transportation, and we are combining those two together to provide the funding for this position.
Okay, so I'm just a little concerned, given the fact that we are faced with looking, I mean, I've been reading the articles, we've discussed it here, we've had the workshop on our budget. There was a newscast on our deficit, or a news report on Channel 13, and I'm assuming that we're going to continue looking for places that we can cut to help with this.
Indeed, absolutely. And that'll be a challenge that we're going to have moving forward. We know that. I think part of this operation is to understand that, yes, we are facing a budget crunch now and into our future. At the same time, we have, the taxpayers have tasked us with protecting and utilizing $2 billion worth of funds properly that require proper oversight. And so part of this process for us is to look for a way, how do we provide proper oversight for those $2 billion while also not adding positions? So this was a bit of maneuvering here of reallocation of funds to make sure that we provide the right level of oversight. So just to kind of give everybody a picture of what our structures will be, Mr. McCord is our Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Directly reporting to him will be the Executive Director of Planning and Construction and the Executive Director of Maintenance and Custodial. So that's where most of the $2 billion will be spent, is in those two departments. And so he will now be able to dedicate his time to that. In addition to that, Mr. McCord leads our rezoning efforts. And so he is now about to be pulled very heavily into rezoning. the concern that we had and why we felt like the need to make these changes is, as Mr. McCord has pulled heavily into monitoring bond funds, which he has to do, and rezoning, which he has to do, we would have a lack of leadership in key departments in the district that he currently oversees. That's transportation, child nutrition, network services, health services, and most importantly, campus safety. We could not be in a situation where we did not have the proper oversight. So what we've done by making this change is our executive director of operations will oversee those departments and then assist Mr. McCord with the rezoning. So it's just a moving, if we didn't create the executive director of operations, we would have filled those other two positions to meet the needs, but we would not have met them as well, and I think we would actually have spent more money. So this is just one of those maneuvers that we make to try to provide the best oversight, the best use of the tax dollars, and get experts in the building that can help our program move forward and protect our tax dollars.
Well done, sir.
Thank you so much for answering those, because I just think it's really important for us to be transparent with the voters. And I know that we were concerned about that. All of us are looking at the numbers and budget. So thank you very much, Mr. President Hubert.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll move
Please,
forward.
yes.
All right. So now comes the exciting part of making a recommendation to fill this position. And when what I just described is a big job.
Yeah.
Overseeing a lot of different departments, and it requires somebody that has not only the intellectual capacity to handle a lot of moving parts at one time, but also has the ability to create structure that can help these departments function, but also needs an institutional knowledge to understand who we are and how we do things, and why maybe we've done things in the past that can help us move forward into the future. And we have a perfect candidate, except for one thing. The only bad thing is we have to replace him in his current job, which is truly impossible to do because we've never done it.
We've never done it.
Because this man has been the principal of College Park High School since the day it opened, and has been that principal for 21 years. So we have never replaced this principal at College Park High School. So while I am so proud of him and happy and know that he's going to do a wonderful job, I look at the College Park community and they've only known one principal, and I believe this weekend he's going to receive a medal as a hometown hero from Interfaith. They may take it back, Dr. Merle. I'll try to put in a good word for you, but they may not give you your award, but the fact that he is being recognized as a hometown hero shows what he means to this community, and I'm very proud that he's going to come and work with us here and help the entire district grow the way that he's done at College Park for so long, and just strive for excellence every day. So proud to recommend as our Executive Director of Operations, Dr. Mark Merle.
All right. Let's get a motion.
Motion.
A second.
Motion.
Okay, we had a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Merle.
Thank you. Now the tough act, I have to follow the five that went before me that spoke so eloquently. So I'm going to do my best as a high school person and a math guy. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. President Hubert, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Knoll, it is an honor and privilege to be here tonight. I want to start by thanking you for the past 30 years that I have served as a teacher, coach, assistant principal, and principal, but especially the last 21 years as I have served as principal of College Park High School. Over this time period, you have given me the opportunity to build a school from the ground up, literally. I have been able to show my love and my passion for education, my staff, my students, and my community. Over this time, we have built a high school that is well known for its academic excellence, as well as promoting a student-centered and positive culture. We have developed the CP way that is entrenched into our daily lives that will last forever. We have seen our graduates rise to the top in all areas. We have a renowned author and neurologist, a Top Gun instructor, a country music megastar, an NBA star, and countless others that are at the top of their fields or in the most prestigious schools in the country waiting their turn. I am proud of the work that the CP family has done over the years, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to live my dream. We have many accolades that I could recount over the years. The one I'm most proud of is the pride of all of our students, that all of our students have in College Park, past, present, and future. Their love and passion for the Cavaliers is amazing and overwhelming at times. I am so proud that in the end, we turned out great young men and women into the world to be great leaders, employees, husbands and wives, and mothers and fathers. We have made an impact in our community that will have a lasting impact, and thank you for allowing me to show my passion for what I do and the love that I have for education. Now I want to thank you for this new opportunity as the Executive Director for Operations. I look forward to working with all the operation departments and continue the great success of Conroe ISD that Conroe ISD is known for. I appreciate the confidence that you have shown in me and relish the opportunity to expand my leadership in a different manner. I thank Dr. Knoll, Dr. Medford, Dr. Povich, and Mr. McCord for encouraging me and showing me their confidence in my ability to help our district in a new way. I look forward to my continued service. I would be remiss if I did not recognize those in my life that have had an impact on my success. Even though many could not join us this evening, they deserve this special recognition. My late father, Frank Merle. My mother, Gwen Merle. My sons, Todd Blake and Mark Allen. My sister, Kathleen, and my in-laws, Al and Shelta Etheridge. Your support over the years has been incredible. Last but not least, the main reason I came to Conroe ISD 30 years ago, my wonderful wife of 29 plus years, Tina. Your commitment to our family and making it possible for me to follow my dreams is incredible. Thank you for your love and support, and I love you so much. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Awesome. And with that, Dr. Knoll, I move we take about a 5-10 minute break. All right. All right, we are back in session. Moving on to item 6A, which is receive information regarding the naming process for new Conroe ISD campus and facilities. I believe this will be
All right, Ms. Blakelock.
Blakelock. And we need to excuse Mrs. Wagman. She had to leave.
She was a trooper. Fought through for a long time.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm so excited to be here with you tonight to kick off one of the most exciting processes we have in the district, and that is our campus naming process. So you may have heard, we passed a bond in November, and in that bond we had 8 schools. And so what you see on the screen is kind of a breakdown of what we're looking at for our naming process. Tonight we're going to initiate the process for 3 of the schools because 2 of them will open in the spring of 2020, not the spring of 2025, August of 2025. And then also the high school, because we're going to initiate that rezoning process in the coming months. And it's really nice when you're creating a new feeder to have a name to kind of build an identity around. So 3 of the schools, and then the rest we'll look at bringing to you in a year. Our timeline kicks off tonight. Tomorrow we will have the form posted online where the public can submit names and justifications for those names for all 3 of our campuses that are included in this process. I'll be back in May to present the names to you and the public that have been submitted. And then in June, we'll come back one more time for you to discuss and then potentially select names for these 3 buildings. The first campus is Flex 24. It's a new elementary in the Woodlands feeder. It's, like I said, opening in August of 25, and it's located at 14,000 Old Conroe Road. And it's projected to serve students in grades pre-K through 6. The second elementary is Flex 25, also opening in August of 2025, and it's located in the Evergreen subdivision on 242 at 15895 Stonecrest Drive. It is projected to serve students in grades pre-K through 6 and provide relief to elementary schools in the Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeders, especially Suchma Elementary, which we all know is very crowded right now. And then last but not least, we have an early rendering of our newest high school. It is projected to open in August of 2027. It's going to be located next to Stockton Junior High on Loop 336. And with the opening of any new high school, it creates a new feeder. So we're excited for that process. And, you know, Mr. McCord will be leading us through the rezoning process coming up, as I mentioned. And the feeder will be created with students from both the Conroe and the Caney Creek feeder zones. So naming facilities is covered in your board policy, specifically CW local, and general nominations are submitted by the public. We share information about this process publicly, so we'll be doing a press release, we'll be putting it on social media, we'll have it prominently displayed on our website, and then of course here are the most public of forums where people can watch it on YouTube, and we have several media members in the audience. There are some criteria. High schools must be named after geographical areas, but the other school levels can be named after a geographic area, important or prominent person, national or state hero, or even someone who donated land for the facility, which I don't believe applies to any of these. But it's there, should that happen. So again, just reminding you, I'll be back next month. We're going to accept submissions April 17th through May 10th. That'll give us enough time to pull everything together for the meeting the following week, and then we'll be excited to see what our committee submits for you. Any questions?
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 7A, which is consider and select construction management at risk for the new intermediate school project. Flex 26 to benefit the Conroe feeder and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at-risk documents.
Okay, Mr. Foster.
So good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure to bring forward for your consideration and approval the selection of a construction manager at risk for our new intermediate school project, Flex School number 26. It will serve the Conroe feeder, Conroe area. And at this time, I'd just point out that our board policy, local facilities construction, CV local, deems construction manager at risk to be our delivery method that the district agrees provides the best value for our projects above $100,000, which clearly this one is. Our designer, Arcadis, and our purchasing department and my department put together a request for qualifications for a two-step process. We had 12 companies respond to our request for qualifications. State law won't let us invite more than 5, so we did narrow our list and invited 5 to participate in the second step for a two-step process. Of those 5 companies, we had Duratec, Gamma, Marshall Construction, Stewart Builders, and Telpson Builders. And after our committee reviewed the qualifications, we received their pricing proposals. Our committee is recommending Duratec to be selected, or recommends Duratec as the offerer who presents the best value for the district. As always, the ranking is made a part of your board item as well. So if we were to fail to reach contract with Duratec, then we would be able to move on to the second ranked company. This time we're requesting your approval of Duratec as the selected construction manager at risk.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion and a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right. Moving on to item B, which is consider and select construction manager at risk for the new elementary school project, Flex 27, to benefit the Grand Oaks feeder, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents. Mr. Foster.
I think at this time, the approval for the selection of the construction manager at risk for a new elementary school we call Flex School number 27, which will benefit the Grand Oaks High School feeder zone. Follows the same local policy. We have the same designer for this prototypical school. We did have the same process, a two-step selection process. This one had 13 firms respond. We invited the maximum allowable of 5 to participate in the second step of the two-step process, those 5 being Brookstone, Duratec, Marshall, Stewart, and Telpson Builders. After reviewing their pricing proposals, our committee has brought forward for your approval Marshall Construction Company as the offerer selected to be the best value for this particular project. And likewise, the ranking is also part of our board item. But this time we're requesting your approval of Marshall Construction as a construction manager at risk for Flex School number 27.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion shall by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right, moving on to item C, which is consider and approve selection of photographic documentation service provider for current and future capital funding project planning and documentation, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute contract documents. Mr. Foster.
Yeah, at this time, we are bringing forward you a service provider we're very familiar with. So Multivista is the world leader in construction photo, video, and webcam services used to manage projects before, during, and after construction. So we're familiar with them. Our design teams have been using Multivista to document construction progress. Many of the photos you see during our updates are actually produced by them, and we've been seeing them on our projects for about 9 years. So we're bringing forward this for your approval this time so we can take better control of the scheduling and the understanding of how we use Multivista for this particular ask. We're looking to document all of our existing facilities as they currently stand for a 2024 snapshot. So as we're planning the remainder of our bond projects, the 2023 bond projects, we'll have an accurate representation of what is in each room in each building. So the unique thing to what they're providing too is they link each photograph to a specific spot on our plan for the floor plans of the buildings and for the site plans themselves. So we're using it to plan our educational facilities, our renovations of existing buildings, our safety and security plans for each of the existing buildings, and using that to determine, basically current conditions, what exists, what doesn't exist, so that we can have an accurate picture of what we currently have throughout the district without sending an army of people out into every location everywhere. So at this time, we're requesting your approval of a not-to-exceed price of $825,000 proposed to us through the Choice Partners Cooperative bid, and that price will send them to every existing campus and document each campus as it currently sits for the school district. So at this time, we request your approval.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, and any discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Foster, when this information is collected by Multivista, do we have ownership of our data, our campus data? That's not shared with anyone. Is that privy just to Conroe ISD, or is there anything that happens with that data?
It is, so the primary functions are really through a web-based service that they provide that is our website on their system. Not unlike many of the software services that we purchase throughout the district, like our project management software we use to document projects from a paperwork perspective is the same type of service. But it is only Conroe ISD that can see Conroe ISD information. And likewise, I mean, currently this is for our department to plan 2023 bond projects.
How is that shared with your department?
Each of the people that I have in my department has a unique username and password for this service.
Like a forward-facing portal that you can access electronically?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Foster, I also was wanting to know, just to make sure I'm understanding, this is to photograph everything. The contract is a one-year contract?
So this is a one-time contract. I mean, so they'll execute all this work over the next several months.
Okay.
But it is for a current snapshot of what it is in every space in every building that we teach students in.
So it's intended to be a documenting process to document what we have, what the space is, what's in it, microscopes, whatever, or is it just like a surface of the room, or?
It's a 3D photograph of every room, so when we get in on the exterior too. So for example, I mean, I just kind of step outside the building. If we're looking at the front door, planning the new safety and security camera angles, right? So this it gives me a camera view at the front door of that campus that I can physically turn around and look at the parking lot from that same view without having to, hey, let's all get in the car and drive out there, right? So it's a way for us to save some manpower as we're planning. On the insides of the buildings, it is the same 3D or 360 photograph inside the building in each room. But it's not just, I mean, this will be literally hundreds of thousands of photographs across the entire district. The data itself is linked to the plan, so it's not just a photo of a room, it's a photo of a specific room. And we can capture it. I've got some existing data from our construction projects, and we use it often with our assistant superintendents and the principals we bring in as we're planning their projects. But what we're looking is data during construction, and after they set up and use it, we're having struggles or really understanding how each room is being used today. So a computer lab may be set up as a classroom. We built as a computer lab 10 years ago. It's a classroom today out of necessity. So as we're planning and programming the additional spaces or the reorganization of spaces, this gives us a more on-the-spot, up-to-date, more real-time, accurate representation of what they're currently using it for. Again, without loading everybody up in the car, driving out there and disrupting the campus, or scheduling a time when it's going to be empty. So this gives us real data at our fingertips.
And you can go back to it at another time versus everyone having to get back in the car.
Absolutely.
Or whatever.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's such a huge amount. I mean, to me it is. I know in the scheme of schools and stuff, it may not seem like it, but it's a large amount, and I'm just trying to understand the $825,000 versus the manpower to go and the time and so on, but then to also have the other side of it, to be able to look at it and to be able to evaluate how it's being used. So I appreciate you answering those questions.
And I did neglect to point out, we did budget this process in our project plan for the 2023 bond process, so it's not new money we need, it's money we intended to spend. So the 2023 bond line item in each project for Multivista does exist.
Can I ask a question too, just for my
Yes,
own
sir.
sake? So like, if we're sitting and we're thinking about Ford Elementary and we're trying to work on the addition for Ford, and your floor plan says that a certain room is a closet, and Dr. Winkler says, well, that's a small group instruction room, right? Or that's a restroom. We would be able to access this and click on that room and see exactly that room from the plan?
That is correct.
Okay, that'd be nice. All right.
Okay, all those, did you have a question? No. Okay, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, Motion carries. Thank you. All right, and then receive capital improvement updates. The pictures you were just talking about.
These are pictures and photographs, and exclusively this particular imagery was taken from Multi Vista on existing construction projects as we document them throughout the course of them through our design teams currently. But our capital improvements underway throughout the district begin with Safety and Security 2023-2024. This is the final project of the 2019 Safety and Security Bond Project. That completes our district-wide effort as we move through bringing the campuses up to the 2019 bond standards. So that project is nearly complete from an installation standpoint. So the elementary campuses, all the campuses you see here, have been installed. We are working with the jurisdiction having authority to do the testing to bring all those new systems online. That process is going to take some time because it requires the students be in the buildings when we do some of the functional testing on like the radio systems and things that the first responders need. So we can't do that during testing currently because we're doing STAR and other things now. Scheduling that through the end of the year is very difficult, so we will most likely have a break for the summer for the jurisdictional reviews and then resume those after the start of the school year, which was part of that overall plan. So we intended to finish this project through at the end of this calendar year, which is currently on schedule. We should wrap all this work up with all the jurisdictional sign-offs by the end of this calendar year in December. At Bartlett Elementary, this is our newest elementary school to serve the northeast portion of the Conroe and Caney Creek feeders. You can see here the outside of the building is not changing much, so we're getting the grounds ready to plant the grass and the trees and stuff around the campus. The inside is where the dramatic changes are happening. You can see a picture of a classroom here where we have the ceilings, we have the casework, we have the carpet, all the other things are going in. We're making our way through that building, getting ready to receive the furniture. So the furniture is scheduled to arrive first part of May. Our contractor will work with our purchasing department to coordinate the installation of that throughout the month of May and have it ready for us to turn over for our use, for our staff to move in and begin setting up this summer. And it'll be ready for students when they go for the first day in August of 2024. Now, Flex School number 24, the site, as you can see here, is clear. They're beginning working on the building pad to bring that building and just kind of give perspective. This site will look like this site about a year from now. I mean, so there's a lot of work to happen on the site, but it is progressing well. I mean, so the site work is moving along nicely, and it is on schedule, scheduled to open August of 2025. So likewise at Flex School number 25 in the Evergreen subdivision, this was a rain day we took the picture, so that is all the water. The good news is the drainage channel is immediately to the right of the photograph. Our silt protections are what's keeping the water on our site currently. The site will drain very well, and the building pad here is nearly complete, as you can see from the red dirt sticking out of the water. So that work is moving along very nicely as well, and scheduled to open for students in August of 2025. Now, at Conroe High School, this project is scheduled to be complete at the end of the calendar year 2025. So in December of 25, the overall project will be complete. Our current phase is the fine arts and the new dining commons. So the dining commons is what we've showcased here in the center of your picture. That is they're currently working on the closing in the roof where it ties into the next phase of construction, and the exterior block that will dry in that section of the building. The fine arts wing, which is kind of up and to the left as it approaches the white roof section in the back of the picture, the veneer and the roof in that area is in a dry condition, so they're beginning to work on the inside of that building now. The fine arts wing is scheduled to be turned over for our summer fine arts practices that happen in July, and then the dining commons will be ready for students when they come for their after the summer break in August. This portion of the project is moving along well. All the obstacles that we had feared are beginning to become not obstacles at this point, and we're moving that project forward nicely. And again, the overall project is scheduled to be complete in December of 2025. Now, Campus Renovations 2024, this is we're currently working at David Elementary replacing the roof that had reached the end of its service life. You can see the white areas of the new roof sections that are in progress in your picture, and they're moved across the building to the near side as we expand that roof area. We've also been spending time doing all the procurements of the equipment and all the other things necessary to get the work at all 4 campuses done over this coming summer. Most of the work is air conditioning related, and all that equipment is long lead. It is, those delivery dates have been coming in as we had expected, and we should have everything on hand. There don't appear to be any obstacles, and when students leave after the last day of school in May, we will enter all these campuses and go to work at a feverish pace and have them all ready when they return from the summer break in August. And that is our update.
All right, very good.
One question. For Conroe High School, when is the dining area going to be completed and turned over?
It'll be ready for students when they return from the summer break. So we've got we will be finishing and getting our health department inspections in the kitchen right around the end of July, moving the kitchen staff in the beginning of August so that they'll be functional and running when the students return from the summer break.
Okay, that'll make a huge difference there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Good job, sir.
Moving on to item 8A, which is consider and take action to return $18.8 million from the Capital Improvement Campaign Contingency Fund to the General Fund. Ms. Garza.
All right. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. Tonight we are requesting the Board of Trustees to consider approval of the return of $18.8 million from the Capital Improvement Program Contingency Fund to the General Fund. In November of 2022, the Board of Trustees created the Capital Improvement Program Contingency Fund. The purpose of this fund was to ensure that construction projects would not be delayed due to funding shortages caused by events beyond both the district's control or the contractor's control, such as inflation or unforeseen market conditions. The district believes that stability has returned in the market, and we are nearing the completion of many of our projects in the 2019 bond, and the need to continue to reserve the funds in the Capital Improvement Contingency Fund is no longer necessary. We are requesting your approval this evening.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
A motion and a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Glad we never had to use it. All right, consider approval of the 2024-2025 Employee Group Health Plan.
All right. Well, good evening once again, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. Tonight we are requesting the Board of Trustees consider approval of the employee medical coverage rates and plan design for the self-funded health insurance plan as discussed at the April 2nd board workshop and as unanimously recommended by the Employee Benefits Committee. The district self-funded insurance group health insurance plan program is designed to provide district employees with a quality health plan at a reasonable cost. The district's current plan design, administered by Blue Cross Blue Shield for both health and pharmacy, is performing well, and the plan is projected to have cost savings for 24-25 of 2.5%. The savings will be utilized to enhance benefits within the plan without an increase in premiums. Medical plan networks provided by Blue Cross Blue Shield include the Blue Premier Network, the Blue Essentials Network, and the Blue Choice Network. CISD believes its benefit plans will continue to be offered at competitive rates as compared with our peer districts and TRS. The total projected health plan costs for 24-25 are $55 million, with CISD funding 60% of that cost and the remaining 40% funded by employee premiums. The plan design and premiums we are recommending this evening are unchanged from what we discussed at the April 2nd board workshop. Derek Eco, our health plan consultant with Gallagher, is here this evening to answer any specific questions that you may have, but we recommend your approval.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All right, any questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone else?
No, go ahead.
All right. Yes, and I'm not sure, Ms. Garza, if you can answer this question, but following the last, I know you can answer this first part, but the second one you might have to ask. Following our workshop, we received an email from, I believe, a teacher that was asking, they were questioning the major amount of funds that we still had in our account for our self-funding, and I explained, I hope I did it appropriately or properly, that it's not as much as you think. Yes, that's the number there, but in the summer, we're going to deplete a lot of this with claims and so forth. So the request was that we consider in the future, because obviously we're right now at this point of approving this, that we consider weight management type processes or whatever, medications, et cetera, which then could also lead to better health with management of weight and less taxing on your body, et cetera, et cetera. I would imagine that the expense on that is quite great, but maybe we could look into that for next year, because I know that there are many new items, new medications out there, and maybe we should consider this as a possibility for the next plan. I said I would at least bring it up, and that we could look towards it maybe for a following year, if we can make it work in our plans.
Sure. I mean, it's something we can research and discuss and look at costs involved with it, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anything else? All right, seeing none, I call the motion. All those in favor shall by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Please tell the committee thank you for the work they did.
Absolutely.
All right, and then item C is receive financial report.
All right, good evening once again. I'm here this evening to present the financial update for March 31st. First statement is our balance sheet. The balance sheet shows the district's assets, liabilities, and fund balance. Presented here is the general fund, debt service, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. This is our cash and investments for the month of March. In the general fund, bank deposits of $984,000. The state investment pools at $169.9. The majority of our tax collections have come in. Our money market with Wood Forest National Bank at $78.6 million, and then our investments with TCG at $54.7. Next statement is our income statement. It shows the district's revenues and expenditures. In the general fund, total revenue year to date, $488.3. Total expenditures of $352.9. 2019 bond referendum update. As you can see, the majority of the projects are wrapping up, estimated to complete just over $23 million. Then our 2023 bond projects are well underway. As you can see, funds encumbered and expended to date is $174.3 million, with $1.7 billion remaining. Our self-funded insurance update, we did pretty much break even for the month of March. Total revenue of $4.5 million, total expenditures of $4.6. I will tell you, April is coming in with a vengeance. We're seeing a lot of activity. Some of it could be March, spring break procedures that employees had done, but we are running a surplus of just over $2.3 million for the year, and approaching the summer months, we're going to need that surplus, so we'll continue to monitor that.
Remind me of the calendar year, or the
It's
year was that?
8/31 is the calendar year.
August 31st.
Yes. All right, our investments as of March 31st, total par value of $1.1 billion. The pools are yielding 5.49. Our TCG investment portfolio, weighted average maturity of 457 days, yielding 2.92, and then our combined portfolio at 5.39, and the 90-day T-bill is at 5.19.
All right, any questions?
Thank you, Ms.
That health
Garza.
insurance, the claims, is there a 3-month run out on that?
Typically, yes.
Typically 3
I mean,
months, yeah.
pharmacy is much quicker than that, but
Sure.
health claims, yes, there is a delay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Ms. Garza.
Okay, item, let's see, 9A, I have had a request to remove that item from our agenda today and put it on the July agenda. I don't see
Happy
any-
birthday, Stacy. It's also my husband's birthday, so that was one of my thoughts on that.
Today? Oh, well, happy birthday to your husband. I can't remember his name, I'm sorry. Is it Larry? Excuse me, Keith. I got you married to the wrong guy. It's Keith. Sorry about that.
Just out of curiosity, what was the reason for moving it?
I asked for it. I didn't, when I thought about it today, not when I thought about putting it on today's agenda, I didn't consider our level 3 and all the principals that we were appointing and positions we were appointing, and it's a timing issue, and so I just figured, I just asked to move it to June.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Okay.
June or July?
June.
I apologize, I said
That's
July.
okay, sorry, I'm
Thank
glad you said that, I missed that.
June agenda. Okay. Okay, I'm moving to item B, which is conduct a hearing and consider the level 3 appeal of Mr. Garrett Costello related to the reconsideration committee decision regarding Lillian Duncan by Donna Geffart.
All right, I'll go ahead and take over and preside here over the hearing. I'm going to ask that we are able to move around here, and if we can get, I believe it's Ms. Knuckles that's going to be presenting, is that right? I haven't had a chance to meet her. Oh, there you are, wonderful. You're welcome to sit right here if you'd like, and we have Dr. Lambert over there. You could stay there, like you just be in the action. You know, we're not trying to run you off. You're okay. Have seats. You're all right.
She'll be speaking
Hey, you
next.
just showed up, your first meeting, and here you are. You're right in the mix. That's okay. All right, item 9B on the board's agenda is Mr. Garrett Costello's appeal of the Reconsideration Committee's decision to retain the novel Lily and Duncan by Donna Gephardt. The Reconsideration Committee determined the book should be retained in the district's junior high and high school library collections. For the record, we have 6 board members present. Mrs. Wagaman is absent. All have received the 6 exhibits that comprise the record for this hearing. Mr. Costello will be represented tonight by Ms. Michelle Knuckles. Thank you, Ms. Knuckles, for being here. Ms. Knuckles and Dr. Lambert, who will be presenting on behalf of the district, have received the exhibits. The exhibits are marked 1 through 6 and are a part of the record for the hearing. On November 17th, 2023, Mr. Costello submitted a request for reconsideration for the novel Lily and Duncan by Donna Gephardt. The district owns 9 copies of the novel, which are in various junior high and high school library collections. Mr. Costello requested that all copies of the novel be removed because he did not believe the novel was suitable for children and that it could be harmful to them. In accordance to local board policy EFB, the district appointed a reconsideration committee to review the novel and determine if the novel meets the board selection criteria for library books. The 7-member committee included 4 parents and 3 educators. Finding that the book was not harmful to students, the committees voted unanimously not to remove the novel from the district's junior high and library collections. Mr. Costello appealed the reconsideration committee's decision, noting that the book was not age appropriate for junior high and high school students. The issue before the Board of Trustees is determined if Lily and Duncan meets the selection criteria set out in board policy EFB. If the board determines the book does not meet selection, that the book does meet selection criteria, it will be retained in the district's junior high and high school library collections. The board must base its decision on the evidence contained in the exhibits and the statements made by the parties this evening. Members of the board, please indicate by raising your hand if you have read the record, including the novel that is the subject of tonight's hearing. All right, for the record, we'll note that all board members indicated that they have read the record and the book. I will now ask each board member if they are able to serve as an impartial member of the board in the reconsideration of Mr. Costello's appeal. Any member not able to serve in such a manner may say so and ask to be excused. All right. Mrs. Chase?
I am.
Mrs. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Hubert?
I can.
Ms. Nelson?
I am.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Odenmuller?
Yes, sir.
All right. For the record, all members stated that they are able to serve tonight. Because Mr. Costello appealed the reconsideration committee's decision, Ms. Knuckles will go first, followed by Dr. Lambert. Ms. Knuckles and Dr. Lambert will each have 10 minutes to make their presentation. This is not an evidentiary hearing, and there's no cross-examination of witnesses, and neither party can reserve time. Mrs. Godfrey will serve, or actually our screens will serve as our timekeeper this evening. All comments must be made from the podium as this hearing is being recorded. So that's one of the key things to this. So Ms. Knuckles, you'll be able to go first. Want to make sure you have any questions for us before we start. Ms. Knuckles, are you good? Okay. Dr. Lambert, any board members, any questions? No. Okay. Well, at this time, Ms. Knuckles, you may proceed, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Conroe ISD School Board, today we discuss the presence of the book Lily and Duncan in our school libraries. This book presents complex themes surrounding gender identity and medical procedures, such as puberty blockers, which are not only sensitive but also controversial, especially for the age group it was originally made available to, 5th graders. The narrative involves a young character, Tim, who experiences significant gender dysphoria, expressing a desire to transition and use puberty blockers. It is critical to note that as of February 18th, 2022, our State Attorney General, Ken Paxton, identified such medical interventions in minors as potential child abuse. Moreover, Senate Bill 14 has made these medical transitions for minors in Texas illegal in Texas. By allowing this book in our libraries, we inadvertently discuss and endorse illegal medical practices with our children. Texas is joined by 10 other states, and the NHS in the UK recently banned puberty blockers for children to ensure care is based on evidence and is in the best interest of the child. Dr. Hilary Cass, who led the review, said that there was a lack of long-term evidence on what happens to young people prescribed blockers, adding that GIDS, the nationally run gender clinic in the UK that was shut down, had not gathered routine and consistent data, meaning that it was not possible to accurately track the outcomes and pathways that children and young people take through the services. From page 215. One of the side effects that you may experience, the doctor tells me as I sit on the table in the small exam room, is tiredness. I nod, eager for him to hurry up and give me the shot, but he takes his time explaining a few more things. My body tingles as I pull my shorts up to expose my thigh. No more facial hair, no deep voice, no Adam's apple, no new hair growing down there, no anything else growing down there. Additionally, this book touches deeply on parental consent and involvement issues. Page 69. Once when we were little, we did this during a sleepover. Dare's mom, Ophelia, came in and looked at me strangely for a few moments. Then came into the room and joined us. When I asked her to put makeup on my face like she was doing for Dare, she did, but said, "Don't you tell your parents I did this, okay?" Even back then, I knew it was okay to tell Mom, but not Dad. I didn't mention it to either of them, just in case. I know that very often the argument for this type of writing is that teens deserve to have privacy. This is not what this passage is about. This passage is a flashback memory about Tim when he was very young at a sleepover without his parents. This passage encourages parent alienation and implies parental danger. Tim is not safe with his father. Page 324. We're quiet for a while. Dad? Yes? Can you tell me what Dr. Clem said that day when we first went to her? It felt like you changed after that. Everything changed after that. Lily, that's what you want to be called, right? My name never sounded so wonderful. Right. She showed me a statistic. 43% of transgender kids try to kill themselves. Dad sniffs hard again. Then she said, would you rather have a dead son or a live daughter? When this book gives stats like 43% of trans kids try to kill themselves, or the protagonist wants to cut off his penis, it plants these ideas in children's heads as acceptable peer responses to being transgender, which raises the risk of self-harm. For instance, suicide rates of U.S. children and adolescents increased sharply after the release of 13 Reasons Why, available in book form in McCullough Library. According to an article I sent you, that was sent to you by someone else, the study showed that suicide rates in 2 subsequent months remained elevated over forecasted rates, resulting in 195 additional deaths. Would you rather have a dead son or a live daughter is not an evidence-based statement. A small percentage of boys historically feel confused about their gender at a young age. However, according to a University of Toronto study provided to you, 63.6% of boys with early onset gender dysphoria who receive watchful waiting treatment and no prepubertal social transition grew up to be gay or bisexual. Only 12% of the study participants continued to identify as transfeminine. A gay man can have children, but if he has led down this path as a child, he will lose his fertility. This is what Tim is walking into if he continues this journey. Bottom surgery will surely remove his fertility, but hormone therapy is able to do that all on its own. This is not discussed in the book at all.
If Tim does eventually walk into vaginoplasty, according to the study recently released by the American Urological Association, also provided to you, his risk for suicide would double. According to the WPATH files, the doctors in this so-called professional organization have always known that children are not capable of informed consent. One doctor put it, these children often haven't even taken biology yet. The 14-year-olds, it's like talking to them about diabetic complications with a 14-year-old. They don't care. They're not going to die. They're going to live forever, right? So I think when we're doing informed consent, that's the big lacuna. The journalist Michael Schellenberger, who published these files, says, I thought maybe people were exaggerating about what was happening. These files put to rest any doubts anybody should have about what is happening. This is one of the greatest medical mistreatment scandals in recorded history. This violation is taking place because of a system. We can't blame one individual. This book is taking part, and our school district is taking part by presenting it on the shelves for children. Nobody thinks they're on the wrong side of history in the moment. Those who were on the wrong side of other historical atrocities thought they were doing right. Often they thought they were being kind. Doctors performing lobotomies in the 1950s believed that they were being kind to patients, as stated in the article read to you. This was considered compassionate care. It was settled science. I wonder if the board would be comfortable placing children's books promoting lobotomies in a positive light in our school libraries, would be comfortable with that. Because increasingly, the procedures in this book are being referred to as sexual lobotomies. If the idea of promoting lobotomies as advantageous procedures in children's stories concerns you, you should seriously rethink this book, Lily and Duncan. This is also a parental rights issue, which allows parents to choose what their kids are exposed to. The school board recently voted to make human sexuality opt-in. However, this book, with puberty blockers and a sex change, is allowed to be read by kids at will, unbeknownst to parents. The book even gives a list of websites in the back. Thus, I urge the board to reconsider the availability of Lily and Duncan in our school libraries. It is harmful, dangerous, and walks the line of giving medical advice. The title is innocuous, so parents will not realize what their child might have picked up. Because CISD, Conroe ISD, please, Conroe ISD, we don't want any responsibility in affecting a child the way these witnesses have testified today. I trust that the board will make the decision that upholds the values and legal standards of our community. Thank you for your attention in this serious matter.
Thank you, Ms. Knuckles. Dr. Lambert, you may proceed. You will have 10 minutes.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We are engaged in a conversation about what we intend school libraries to be. This conversation takes place around one book at a time. Often, the conversation becomes a debate about an issue or idea found within the content of a book. It sometimes takes this shape rather than a search for meaning about the purpose of our libraries. The Texas Administrative Code and its mandatory school library collection development standards requires libraries to encourage discussion based on rational analysis. It is my hope to foster such discussion today. In this installment of our continuing conversation about school libraries, we are specifically addressing the reconsideration request for Lily and Duncan by Donna Gebhardt. The 7-member reconsideration committee included parents representing 4 of 6 high school feeders. One parent did not attend the committee meeting, and the complainant did not address the reconsideration committee as he was invited to do pursuant to Board Policy EFB Local. In a unanimous decision, the 6 participating committee members determined Lillian Duncan is appropriate for junior high and high school libraries and should not be removed. The committee did not find merit in the complainant's assertion that the book is, quote, not suitable for children, unquote, or that the use of the book would be, quote, harmful to children, unquote. These were the extent of the substantive statements provided by complainant in his request for reconsideration. In email prior to his request for reconsideration, complainant argued that district board members and staff were, quote, complicitly grooming, unquote, students by having Lillian Duncan in the library collection. This statement displays a fundamental misconception about what books are and how they work. If reading a book as a child was destiny, I would be a history professor at the Naval Academy who moonlights as a CIA analyst with a habit of stepping into tense situations with world-changing implications. Lillian Duncan is a complex book with interwoven narratives and changing narrators. It is much too rich a work to address fully in 10 minutes. The complainant is correct that one storyline involves a character's conversation with parents and medical professionals about receiving hormone therapy. Just as much a part of the book is another character's struggle with bipolar disease, dealing with the suicide of a parent, and navigating interpersonal relationships, including bullying in school. In reviewing the book, the Reconsideration Committee determined these issues were presented in an age-appropriate manner. In his appeal of the Reconsideration Committee's decision, complainant states in full, quote, Lillian Duncan is not age-appropriate, unquote. That is the sum total of his specific disagreement with the committee's decision. We are left by the appeal to divine what is unsuitable in or what harm might result from reading the book. As I read the book, I was impressed by the friendship that grew between 2 main characters. More than that, I was heartened by the way the novel showed a family making difficult decisions together. I was saddened by the sheer thoughtlessness of the bullies and horrified by their final assault on Lily. I was nearly brought to tears by the personal struggles faced by Duncan. In the end, I took heart in Lily's fight to save a tree and the unconditional love of a father for his child. Lillian Duncan is not a transgender story. It is not an argument for the use of hormone therapy. Lillian Duncan is a tale of struggle, of family, and of life lived every day. At the end of the day, at the very heart of the story, it is about making choices as a family and supporting friends. It is about seeing the inherent humanity in those around us. Our libraries should be filled by stories that deserve to be told. Humans are storytellers. We react to stories, we remember with stories, we communicate through stories, and we are engaged by stories. While engaging with stories, we must handle them with care. As Brene Brown notes, when we, quote, when we are reckless with people's stories, we diminish our own humanity, unquote. It, however, may be asked, could this story be told in another context? Perhaps, but it would not be this story. In part, the power of this story has grown because it has become controversial. The books we find uncomfortable are not necessarily inappropriate or inaccurately placed. Books are meant to engage us in conversation. That is why I'm glad to be here today. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert. At this time, we'll have an opportunity for any board members that may have questions. I just would remind each of you, if you are asked a question, if you would come to the podium to answer that, just so that the microphones can pick up. Do you have any questions from any board members at this time? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Tracy.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lambert, is Lily and Duncan part of instructional material?
It is not.
So is a child forced to read this book?
No child is forced to read this book. It is part of the library collection at the campus where it's located, which means it is available for selection by the child.
And self-selection means inherently not all books are right for every child. Not all books are right for every family, but it's available if that book is right for that child.
That's correct.
Ms. Knuckles, sorry, thank you, made the comment that these copies could be checked out unbeknownst to parents. Is there a communication method for parents of what their child is checking out of libraries?
Yes, we email parents regularly the books that are checked out by their children, unless parents choose to opt out of those notifications.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Lambert, I have a question before you sit down. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do we currently in Conroe ISD libraries have any other books on the shelves that encourage illegal activities?
So I don't know that we have any books that encourage any illegal activities. I would imagine that there are books in our libraries that deal with mysteries related to kidnapping or perhaps other things that would be illegal. But I would not stand here today and say that we have anything that encourages illegal activities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Any further questions?
Ms. Knuckles, is it the danger aspect of it? You mentioned that's an excerpt out of the book relative to hormone therapy, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And that excerpt out of the book is what you render the entire book to be a dangerous book. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
There are many excerpts in here, and I have them tabbed, and I'm happy to read them to you if you would like to take the time.
This is my question. So do you recognize that we have a crap load of books in our library, excuse my French, that speak about premarital sex as excerpts in a book?
That is not my concern at this time.
No,
Premarital sex is not illegal, sir.
It's not illegal, but you spoke about morality and community values. Yeah, you did.
Morality in that we could be on the wrong side of the of history.
I'm saying, do you think premarital sex is dangerous and to our community, our kids specifically?
I'm not really here to discuss that, sir.
But you're here to discuss hormone therapy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll just speak as opposed to asking you questions. It seems like I'm gonna get an answer. We got a lot of books with excerpts in them about hate. We got a lot of books with excerpts in them about abortions. We got a lot of books with excerpts about pride. All of these sins and values and morals and so forth are in contrary to what you spoke on as far as the community, quote unquote, community values. And I would just say, this is much more prevalent in our community and a danger to our kids than what you're pulling out of this excerpt and deeming this book to be.
With all due, may I respond, sir?
Well, you kind of didn't want to respond, so I mean.
Well, I didn't want to respond about premarital sex,
which is irrelevant.
But in all due respect, our state attorney did issue an opinion calling this child abuse. Considering that it's considered self-harm, I think it's different.
Understood. So, again, my question is, most of the arguments that I'm hearing seemingly imply that if a book has an excerpt about these things, that the school district is either condoning it, promoting it, advocating it. It's almost as if, though, when I hear folks speak, that we're performing these surgeries in some lab on one of our campuses. Someone mentioned one time about abortion and some of these other, this is not prevalent on CISD campuses, right? For us to make almost like you allude to the fact that we're promoting and having these kids go out and do these things because it's an excerpt in a book, and that by itself is causing these kids to go out and want to go do these things, you know?
May I respond?
And it's almost absurd when I hear some of the arguments that were made today, right? And then, it's like, if you like this book, you give this book so much credit. And by the way, when we bring books, copies of this book in our library. When we bring books like this to this such grave magnitude, it only intensifies folks want to go out and read the book. Y'all just make it famous.
I hope
by doing
all
so.
parents will pick up this
You
book
know?
and read it cover
and
to
then,
cover,
you know,
sir.
we continue to cloud these things and morality and all this other good stuff to justify our own agendas and our own values and impress them on other folks, right?
No, sir, this is a state
I
law.
want my kid, when we keep clouding everything around legality, if it was illegal, it'd be out of our libraries, right? Our libraries. If I was facing, and I don't want anybody to, you know, assume the role of my attorney and keep me out of danger and harm's way relative to legality. If I'm doing something illegal, don't forewarn me. Just go report it, right? Because that threat is just idle. We know that this book is not an illegal book, right? For you to say because it has an excerpt in it about hormone therapy, it makes it illegal and we're promoting illegal activities is also extremely weak. I won't even say weak, it's ludicrous.
May I respond?
Right? Yeah, you can respond.
I think we both know that
No,
because.
I don't. Don't assume
okay,
I know.
I'm sorry then. I'm sorry that I said that. I believe that the reason why this book that our county attorney, Brett Ligon, has not brought this book to your office is because, or filed charges, is because there is a law that says that if there's any educational anything in it, which there is bullying in this book, and I can see how that could be helpful, and that is why it hasn't been brought to your attention. The law does not help in that way, but there is still activity in this book, and maybe he can. Like I could go and maybe I should bring this to his attention.
Yeah.
But I still see that encouraging children to seek out medical interventions that are illegal in our state.
You see the terminology, encouraging, because the book has an excerpt about that, we're encouraging it.
It's a how-to.
Yeah, it's a how-to.
So if it's a how-to book now all of a sudden. It's amazing how we're just making huge leaps relative to a book.
And
right?
sir, there are resources in the back as well that help the child to learn more.
Thank you, Ms. Nutt.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Do we have any further questions from board members?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Hubert?
So.
Who are you addressing?
Well, that's what I want. I don't know. I have some legal questions. So is it with Mr. Lambert or is it Ms. Gladys or who do I?
Well, right now it would be an opportunity to ask questions of either of these two, and then as we will then transition to discussion. At that point, if you have legal questions, and I think Ms. Gladys will be available at that point. But right now, we're just trying to focus. I want to make sure everybody has their opportunity to ask any questions of these two folks, and then we'll make sure all of you have an opportunity to share any thoughts you have.
Okay.
Are we allowed to ask are the questions only able to be asked to these two?
Yes.
Or can we ask the the people that have detransitioned here?
No, only
okay,
these two,
thank
yes.
you.
There are only two parts of the hearing.
Then I'm glad I had a chance to talk to them in the break. I was looking for where it was. Dr. Lambert, you mentioned that there are many important, which I would agree, key aspects in this book as far as the understanding of bipolar, the friendships that were developed, the bullies and so forth. Is your argument that if there's something harmful in it, that in a book, it doesn't matter how, we should, because it was good in it, we should still allow a book even if it has harmful content?
No, that is not my argument.
Okay.
I think I would rest my argument on state law, which sets out standards for what constitutes harmful. And I don't believe that this book meets any of those standards.
So the fact that the Attorney General states that this could be considered child abuse, the fact that SB 14 has outlawed it in the state of Texas, as well as it was stated 10 other states and the UK and other countries that are now shutting this practice down, it's not considered harmful. Is it that you're saying that the fact that we've heard from people that have been through this and the studies that state that this is, there's no understanding of consent, real informed consent on this, and the studies are not accurate because there really were no follow-ups and studies done, that this is not harmful? Is that what you're saying? That it's not, there's nothing that supports that this is harmful? I mean, all of those things support that this is harmful. I don't understand that.
So I would start with the Attorney General's letter, which I have read. And not being a lawyer, I may hopefully be excused for not knowing all of the law. But the Attorney General's letter uses many words like can, could, may, and might. It also says a court might look at, a court could look at, a court may look at. In my reading of that letter, it does not say, first of all, that this is, by definition, child abuse. Having said that, I would also say that all of the studies you cite, I do not have or have not read, so I can't state anything as to the validity of those studies. So to have a more informed answer on that, I would have to come back to you. But I would also go back to Trustee Nelson's question when she asked about, are there other things that have illegal activities in them, in books? There are many things in books. There are many things we teach that somehow relate to some activity that is illegal. We mention slavery in our social studies classrooms. That is illegal. We mention, I'm guessing, that there are mysteries that revolve around kidnapping. That is an illegal act. All of those things, I don't think that you can draw a straight line from one to the other, I guess is what I'm saying.
I think the difference, I was actually glad you mentioned that, because I think the difference is that this book encourages an illegal act, and the other issues that you mentioned, they don't encourage like you would never encourage someone to kidnap somebody, or you'd never encourage somebody to
Slavery.
Cause harm, or
I
think that's the definition, is that this book is encouraging an illegal activity, and the other books that we may have, we would never encourage an illegal activity.
Ms. Nelson, I hear exactly what you're saying. I guess we fundamentally disagree, that I don't believe this book encourages the actions that you think it encourages.
The other thing is this isn't a letter, it's the opinion from the Attorney General. This is an opinion from him. He's offering a legal opinion based on what and I did read through this, that they're saying insurance companies don't cover this. This causes irreparable damage. These are things that have not been studied. This is seriously harmful to consider and to go through, and then they can't function. Some of them have to use catheters and all sorts of things that happen to them from doing these processes. And the difference with this book is it's affirming this child in this character. It's affirming his desire, and he actually believes that by doing this, he's going to feel the person that he's wanting to be. And to me, that's harmful, because we're sharing with our students, no matter what their age, whether it's in elementary, intermediate, junior high, whatever, we're sharing with them something that we're saying this is affirming to them. And so to me, that's concern, and that's why I asked you about the concern over it being harmful.
Do we have any further questions? I feel like we're ready to transition into discussion and sharing of our feelings on it. I just want to make sure everyone's had a chance to ask their questions if we've done that.
My questions are right here. So for the panel that was going through the reconsideration committee, it ended up being three parents and 3 educators. When they went through this, were they looking at it as their personal feelings about the book and the subject matter, or were they only looking, does it meet the selection criteria for the school district?
So President Hubert, I am not in the room when they have those conversations, but I can tell you that the charge to the reconsideration committee is to review the book in terms of the selection criteria established by this board.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. And so as far as you know, our board policy, where we cite that we don't allow sexually explicit, obscene, that we need to follow HB 900, all of those things. Is it your opinion that they were at least looking for those things to make sure that this book was meeting our criteria when they were going through that book,
Yes.
regardless of whether they agree with the subject matter or not?
Absolutely, sir. That is the charge to the committee, and I fully believe that that's what they did.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions, Ms. Chase?
So, Dr. Lambert, do you believe this book encourages hormone treatment or to go down the path of transgender?
So I have a belief on that, but I think what matters is what the reconsideration committee said, and they did not indicate that that was the case in their report.
Okay, thank you. Which level campuses is this?
Junior high and high school.
Thank you.
And this reconsideration committee was the committee that was basically put together from our policy that we just approved back in November, right?
That's correct. This committee was formed based on the current policy.
They voted unanimously.
Yes, sir, they voted
To oppose.
unanimously.
And really quickly too, the reconsideration committee is supposed to represent the values of our community, correct? Is that the purpose of it?
So I believe that the policy talks about community standards.
Mhm.
I would assume, yes, that the committee would represent that as well, as it does by us getting parent members from around the community. Again, this committee had representatives from 4 of 6 high school feeders.
Do we seek out a neutral, when you're on a jury duty, they seek out more of a neutral representation on a jury? Do we seek out more of a neutral, or do we seek more biased?
We typically don't know the beliefs of the people when they are selected for the committee. What generally happens is that it is randomly selected from people who volunteer. I don't know the percentages of people on either side of any issue who volunteer for the committees, but it is random selection. And we do not in any way pre-screen or interview or anything like that as we form the committees.
Okay.
So procedurally, you can't explain how we randomly select those that serve on this committee? Like how those 7 were chosen, educators and parents?
I can't speak specifically to this. I know that we ask for volunteers, those emails are received, and I know that there's a random selection, but I can't speak specifically to how these
How
members
is
are
that
selected.
ask communicated? How is that communicated from the volunteer pool?
So I know that it has gone out in social media. I know that it has gone out on the Library Services website. If I'm recalling correctly, it's been mentioned multiple times in this board meeting that volunteers were solicited. So the videos of the board meetings would be another way that that's gone out.
Thank you.
I do have a question
Go ahead.
also about the books of your youth. You said you would be what?
A history professor at the Naval Academy who moonlights as a CIA analyst and has a bad habit of getting into difficult situations with world-changing implications.
That's pretty deep as a
I would be
7th.
Tom. I would
You're
be,
7th
I
and
would be
8th
Jack
grade.
Ryan.
In 7th and 8th grade. That's
Yes,
pretty impressive.
yes.
All right, any
I
further
have just one quick question for,
Okay.
for Ms. Knuckles.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert. Just going back to the mental health aspect of it, I know that the character was diagnosed with bipolar and taking some medications that they talked about, mood stabilizers and antipsychotics. Do you feel that they're they're treating this disorder with transitioning the child?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. I did actually like Duncan's story. And they do go into quite a bit of that about the drugs that he takes.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that there is a parallel between his science-based medical interventions and Tim's medical interventions that he is trying to. I do believe that this book is offering medical advice in the back. When you look at the different resources, it does appear to be giving medical advice, which none of us have the qualifications to be leading a child through that. Yeah.
Did you mention that these medications, I'm sorry if I'm mixing this up, but was it you that mentioned that these medications are not FDA approved for the purposes of this?
It might have been somebody else, but that is correct.
Okay.
They're not FDA approved.
Thank you.
This
For
book
this
is fiction,
particular
right?
use.
This book is fiction, correct? Okay, just making sure.
No,
They're not real
it's
people.
realistic. It's realistic fiction.
Okay.
All right, any final questions before we're going to kind of move forward here?
I can't say
All
fiction.
right, thank you, Ms. Nichols.
Realistic fiction, that's a new one.
That's the new one.
Ms. Nichols, thank you very much. Appreciate
They
you.
didn't teach me that.
At this time, the board can discuss the matter if it so chooses. Because this hearing is held in open session, if during any discussion, a board member should need to obtain legal advice, the board can adjourn into closed session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to obtain legal advice, and then return to open session to make its decision. So at this time, you can choose to have discussion, or we can move forward with the proceedings.
I'd like to make a motion that we.
Let me, if I
Oh, I
can.
thought you were
I
done.
know, if I can, I just want to make sure that everybody's had your chance to say anything that you'd like to say before we get to that point. That's okay. I don't want anybody to feel like you didn't get your chance, so.
So are we moving into discussion
Yes,
then?
yes, we
Okay.
move in discussion. So this is your opportunity, and we can move person to person and give everybody a chance to say what they want to say, and then we can
Don't we
proceed
do
with the
that
motion.
with the motion? All right, whatever, however you.
Yeah. So, Ms. Odenweiler, if you're welcome to go ahead if you'd like to share.
Love is sometimes hard, and love can be tough at times. And so, as we experienced in this book, as we read through it, we saw that unfolding. But when we present something in our libraries, sometimes we have to make a hard decision, and we have to evaluate, while there may be good content, if there's something harmful in it, we are affirming to these children when they read this book that when they feel that they're not in the right body, we're affirming it by this book being in their hands or accessible by them. And that is a concern to me. To me, that is definitely in violation of our new policy where it says in EFB through protection from inappropriate material under number 3, it states, it is an offense to distribute such material in violation of the penal code, and no library material shall be used if it contains content that can meet the harmful material standard. And this is in that alignment, and that is a concern to me. The other concern is that just because we in our ages can't evaluate what a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old or a 15-year-old, how their mind works, does not mean because we see it differently that we can't recognize the standard that a brain is not fully formulated until they're into their 20s in most cases. And so we're allowing them to have something and affirming something that can do great harm to them. There's no going back on it, and this very much concerns me.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
And one last
Oh,
thing.
sorry.
It isn't that the objection is it's uncomfortable. That isn't the objection. The objection is that it's harmful.
I'll speak to something. What I'm hearing a lot is feelings, how people feel, how the book made them feel, what it appeared to be doing, what it encourages. All this is very subjective, extremely subjective and based on the individual person. It's a fiction book. That just is what it is. And we talk about things that's harmful in books. I mean, I'm going to sound very sarcastic here, but I was looking up Rapunzel. That's kidnapping 101. That's harmful. I don't see you guys want to kick that off the shelf. I was looking up Rumpelstiltskin. Kidnapping. Very harmful to kids. Nobody's up here yelling and complaining about how harmful that is. I was looking up Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Breaking and entering and stealing. Harmful to kids.
These are fairy tales.
All fiction. All
Fairy
fiction
tales.
books, you can call this a fairy tale if you so choose. I'm saying you're taking a book and you're taking that book and you're making it a reality, and as if though we're promoting things that we're not. And you're trying to broad brush the whole district based on an excerpt out of one book. I hear words like indoctrination. I hear words like we're encouraging, or we're putting kids in harm's way. I think it's all silly. I have 3 kids of my own. If they picked up this book and read it, do y'all think it would pose any type of damage or harm to my kids whatsoever? None whatsoever. None whatsoever. So when we get these folks show up and everyone's all in outrage over something like this is just personal agendas folks trying to push and impress on everyone, right? Let the kids read. You know, I think a lot of us would be much better off if we got an opportunity to read and explore and understand a different demographic than what we're accustomed to, right? I keep hearing community values, right? What is community values? Conservative Christian values, white values? What does that mean, right? Your values don't necessarily impart on mine, all right? So, hey, what's the code word we're using? You see what I'm saying? That in and of itself, see how you have this such outrage when you say things that are shocking? That's how this shock value you guys try to create with this book when you're saying hormone therapy and castrating kids, and that's what the board is up to doing. It's all foolishness. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Anybody else have anything to share?
There are multiple things in this book that are concerning, most that are covered in our policy, and then some that are just straight up illegal, and just never in a million years did I think we need to put illegal activities in our policy. I think when any of this stuff is encouraged, it's very dangerous for anyone reading it. I grew up as big of a tomboy as you could possibly imagine. Dirt piles, any way possible, I was a straight up tomboy. Never in a million years did I have any intention of being a boy. And if I read something, that might make things a little bit different, just to think that was even an option. And so just having this, it's very realistic. You can put yourself into the story and imagine that person is you. The mental health aspect is very concerning. He's already diagnosed with a very serious mental illness, taking medications. It's very dangerous to make it look like we're treating a mental health disorder with transitioning a child. There's suicide mentioned in here. That's also very, very dangerous to be painted in any particular light in books for our students to be reading. So just very concerning all the way around.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Mr. Hubert, would you like to add anything?
Sure.
Just going to go right down the line here. So
That's fine.
Going straight down the line.
That's fine. So, just a couple of thoughts. And one may be a little embarrassing is that I've read more 7th and 8th grade books now than I did when I was in 7th and 8th grade. But I really feel like I'm trying to fulfill my role, my personal feelings aside, because the subject matter in here was challenging for me. I don't have family members that I know of that, immediate family members that work with that have bipolar. Thank you, bipolar. So it was interesting for me to read about that, and that the author was really writing about her son and the struggles that he had with that. And I don't personally have anybody in my family that's dealing with this gender dysphoria, but I do know that it's real. Whether or not I agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. To me, I feel like my role, because you stated earlier that our role is to see if it meets the selection criteria, right? That's why I wanted to know, does it meet the selection criteria technically? And I do respect those that have read the book and felt like it did not. Ms. Olenweller did a good job of pointing out her disagreements with the book. I've read the same book, and I didn't see that. I saw an overwhelming theme of friendship, the struggle between a young man who was dealing with his gender identity and a young man who was dealing with, do I be friends with this person or do I stay with the cool kids? And at the end of the book, he made the right decision, and he went back to be authentic to himself and was friends to all. And I felt like that was an overwhelming theme that is motivational, and I can see why it was unanimous with the selection criteria to say, yeah, that overwhelming theme is much more important than the fictitious characters issues that were going on. So, we all got an email, I was quite honored to get an email from the author, because an author has never reached out to me or reached out to us, but her last statement in here I thought was meaningful. In the email we got, she said, "All children deserve the chance to learn about the wilder world and to read stories about people who are different from them. Reading a wide variety of diverse stories helps us all become better citizens and better humans." And I agree with that.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Duncan, do you have anything?
Yes. So thank you both for speaking and arguing your point. And I want to be careful that we don't totally consider ourselves capable of removing feelings from any decision we make. That's what makes us human. I think just as we that see an opposing opinion about this, what Mr. Lambert called a rich work, I think when you evaluate it as a committee member serving on the reconsideration committee, you also had feelings. So I think it's quite naive to say, oh, there are no feelings here. I think feelings exist on both sides. That's why we can relate to a book, as it all our my fellow trustees have stated, that there is illegal information in this book. We have to stick to our policy. I think our policy might need a bit more work just to strengthen it, because I see that given this scenario, this book really shouldn't have made it to this level. But that aside, I just want to be clear that this is not just about feelings, although feelings do play a role in every decision we make as humans, no matter what side of an argument we're on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Ms. Chase, do you have anything to add?
Well, I was ready to vote like 30 minutes ago, but I just remind everyone, this is a fictional book. We have 9 copies in our library. We've now spent several hours of this meeting talking about this book. I wholeheartedly believe not every book is right for every child or every family, but no one person gets to make a decision of what is right for every family in our district. So, I'm done.
Thank you. All right.
There are 46 books according to what I was given by Dr. Knoll and Ms. Heiser, just so you know.
Okay, 46.
The parties have completed their presentations and the discussion has concluded. It's now time for the board to make its decision regarding whether Lily and Duncan by Donna Gephardt will remain in the district's junior high and high school library collections. The board can uphold the decision of the reconsideration committee or order any relief the board believes is appropriate, or take no action, which would then uphold the committee's decision. Is there a motion?
I motion to amend the reconsideration committee's decision regarding Lily and Duncan, to remove it and amend it to, or to keep it in, but to amend it to remove from all schools. Did that make sense?
So you are rejecting the reconsideration committee.
I'm rejecting the reconsideration committee's decision to keep the book, and I'm amending it to remove it from all schools.
Second.
Okay, so we have a. Yeah, so I want to just make sure that we have a motion to. Let's take the reconsideration. A motion to remove the book from all libraries in Conroe ISD.
Yes.
In simplest form, right? Which is a rejection of the reconsideration
Correct.
committee's decision. So we have a motion and we have a second. Okay?
Second.
Yes, okay. Any discussion on that prior to taking a vote?
Dr. Knoll,
Yes.
let's walk through that motion one more
Yes.
time, because I don't think that if we reject it, that doesn't necessarily mean that her second part.
I said amend it.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what that means, what you said. So just reject it. If the vote is to reject it, then we still need to make a motion.
There was
to do
2 parts.
something.
There was a.
So are you?
Her motion was to reject
amend.
it and then remove the book from
Okay.
all levels of libraries in Conroe ISD.
All
So
right,
there's two parts.
That's what I want to make
Yeah,
sure.
so there's 2 parts
So
there.
instead of an amendment, it was.
Yeah, it's just a rejection of,
Okay,
and then
great.
a removal of the book. Any further clarification before we take a vote on the motion as stated? Once again, the motion is to remove the book from Conroe ISD libraries. That motion has a second. All those in favor of the motion, show by raising your right hand. Opposed? No abstention. So 3-3, so the motion fails. We have
Motion to uphold the lower levels decision.
Second.
So we have a motion to uphold the lower level decision, and that has been seconded. Any questions or discussion on that motion? Okay, we will vote on that motion. So the motion, just to be clear, is to uphold the reconsideration committee's decision, which would then leave the book in junior high and high school libraries. All right, at this time, all those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. And opposed? Okay.
We do nothing.
3-3. So at this point, the board has taken no action. Okay, and if the board takes no action, then the reconsideration committee's decision will stand. So I'm open, entertain an additional motion if there is one on the table.
Thank you. No other motions.
Okay, hearing.
I move that we move it out of 7th and 8th grade.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to amend the decision of the reconsideration committee, which would then remove the book from junior high and keep it in the high schools. So we have a motion to remove it from the junior high, keep it in the high school. That's correct, Ms. Odenweiler?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second it.
All right, we have a second to that motion. All right, any discussion, questions on that? All those in favor of the motion as presented? Okay, opposed? Okay, once again, motion fails.
Wait. We just,
What?
We good?
y'all want to leave it in 7th, 6th and
No,
7th?
we're gonna leave it just like the
Or y'all want-
reconsideration commission did it.
Not a 6.
I'm sorry?
It's not in 6.
Okay, where do you want to leave you're leaving the book in the
Where it is.
7th and 8th? It's already in, okay.
Yeah.
7th through
Yeah,
12th.
yeah.
That's what they agreed to.
What I'm saying is I technically don't see how we can remove the book,
Right.
period.
It violates our library
It's illegal.
policy.
It's illegal.
Yeah. Hey, guys,
We're not taking opinion from the audience.
is there
Let's move on, brother.
any further motions?
No, we're good.
Can I do it again? Can I say my motion again?
Sure.
Points.
I know,
Uh,
just kidding.
All right. So at this point, the board has chosen to take no action, which will uphold the reconsideration committee's decision on the book Lilly and Durkin. Mr. Costello will receive written notice confirming the board's action. This hearing has concluded. I will now turn the meeting back over to President Hubert for the next item on the board's agenda.
All right. Next one is executive session, which we do not have an executive session unless someone on the board feels we need to have an executive session. You do? No,
No, I got a motion.
You do have one or no?
I got a motion.
Hold on one second.
A motion now?
I apologize, President Hubert, that was not under executive session. We've got that right above the executive session, so I'm good with that.
Is this
Okay.
motion
All right,
now? All
moving
right,
on.
I have a motion.
Hang on, can we get to the item?
I want to make sure
Okay,
we
my
get to
bad.
the item. So we do not have executive session, which means we have no executive session items to discuss. Moving on to legal, which is consider and approve the purchase of approximately 48-acre school site in the Caney Creek feeder zone and delegate to the superintendent the authority to finalize, negotiate, and execute contract documents.
Yeah, this is the land that we discussed last month in executive session where we talked about that land. We did our due diligence. We went and had our staff walk the land. It's going to make for a great school site. So we would like to move forward with that purchase as discussed last month.
Which one?
This is the one that is about 3 miles north of Austin Elementary, north of 105, in the current Caney Creek feeder, potential new, whatever we call that, high school feeder zone.
Will someone be presenting about this?
No, this is the conversation. This is the land that we discussed last month in executive session.
There were multiple.
I have a question on
Okay.
which one it is, and I'm afraid
That's
that
okay.
I would say something that is not,
Easy, can you give us
I don't want to talk about another piece of property that it may not be, so that's why.
we can go to executive session if we need to.
Well, yeah, if Easy can just explain
Yeah.
which piece it is.
Sorry.
Good luck, Easy.
Easy, I like your tie. I meant to tell
Hey.
you.
It's 48 acres. Go ahead.
Pretty
though.
awesome.
So it is 48 acres. It is approximately 3 miles north of 105 on FM 1484.
We talked about.
I'm gonna pull it up.
Thank you, because we talked about multiple properties in that area last.
Price-wise,
I told
Chief
you.
Officer, this was the lowest one by square foot that we discussed, right?
Correct, yes, this was the least expensive, but
President
we
Hebert,
talked
can
about two
I make a
properties on
motion that we move this
1484.
to executive session?
Maybe we should. Dr. Knoll, I think we should. Yeah, let's go ahead if you don't mind. Probably won't take that long. The board will go into closed session pursuant to section 55.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or discussion of the board with regard to any matter discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is 9:49. Board is now in open session. The time is 9:58. Moving back to item 12A.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the purchase of approximately 48 acres of land from the John L. Carter under the terms previously discussed and authorized by the superintendent to complete contract negotiations and execute the contract documents necessary to effectuate the purchase.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Very good. All right. And 13, take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. Other than the one moving to June, does anybody have anything else?
Yes, I'd like to bring up and have a discussion and possibly take action on our policy for considering gender fluidity issues and also parental rights notifications.
Okay. We can put that on the agenda for next month. Anything else?
Yeah, I would like to add our district's mission statement. That was brought up in public comment tonight. I want to touch on that and see what that currently, how it reads, and maybe some changes we might want to make as a board.
You mean on the goal?
No, the mission statement.
Like to
What's the mission
possibly
statement?
rewrite it, or do you just want to know what it is?
Maybe possible updates as a board.
It's not.
Okay. All right, we'll put that down. Anything else? All right, we have a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Motion, second. All right, we are adjourned.